Welcome to the December 8th work session of the East Point City Council. We have a presentation. Let's go through the agenda to see what can go on consent and what's moving forward tonight. Update on policing. Is someone from police providing an update on policing tonight? Do you know? All right, just check for me. Credit card policy and travel policy. Are we discussing that tonight? Excuse me, okay. Credit card payments, reimbursements, we said these two travel together, so that would be the, memorandum of agreement for comprehensive transportation plan for the South Fulton Comprehensive Transportation Plan. Any questions on that, or can I go to consent?
Consent.
6. Councilmember Mitchell, the January work session, number 7. Okay, number 8.
Wait,
Um,
I have a question for Councilmember Mitchell.
no, it's moved.
Okay.
Number 8, I know that deals with the city attorney, so she should be here by then. Public Arts Commission, Councilmember Martin Roger.
Discussion, yeah, stay.
Yeah, we already have one, right?
We
Yep.
do have one, but I just need some information.
Update on the 2024 audit report. Proposed gateway and wayfinding signage design, that would be a good update. Councilmember Butler, proposed discussion of possible action on Mr. King's senior citizen utility bill ordinance. Update on TAS, I think we just had that.
Yeah,
I think yeah, okay. Discussion on senior hardship utilities. Remove item number 14, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Item number 15, Councilmember Cummings. January work session. Okay. Conflict of interest policy, Councilmember Cummings. Okay. Discussion about so this is from the city attorney's office, so we'll leave that. Councilmember Shropshire, item number 18, possible action on waiving Rule 26.
It was tied into, number 19.
Oh, so these two go together? Okay. Item number 20, home repair grant application. We need a presentation on that. Item number 21, any objection to consent? Uh-huh. Oh, 18 and 19? He didn't have the authority. I think he said. No worries. Item number 21, is that the one I said consent? I asked about consent on that one. Item number 22, any objection to consent? Oh, Grayson baseball field, that sounds great. 23, any objection to consent? We probably need a presentation on that. That's a grant application for, I think that's Georgia Recreation and Parks Association, something about after school. EV charging station installation, consent at our parks, yes. We just approved those 4. Number 25, any objection to consent?
Consent.
26, any objection to consent?
Consent.
27. I guess maybe just the overview about what that is, because we are authorizing, number 27. Item number 28,
consent.
CDBG, yeah, we want as much of that as possible. Item number 29, any objection to consent? Oh, this is a zoning rewrite? Yeah, I'd like to hear about the new company and their plan. I'm not objecting to the rewrite, we need it, but it's been overdue. Number 30, emergency procurement for Sykes Park. Oh, tree removal. 31, any objection to consent for Bayard? 32, any objection to consent purchase of 2 vehicles by East Point Power? 33, any objections to consent for bucket trucks? That's number 33. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry, you said where's it going? 34, any objection? Yeah, I'd like to hear about this. This has been a reoccurrence. Item number 35, any objection to consent?
No, consent.
36, any objection to consent?
No.
35 and 36 are consent. 37, any objection to, wait, no, zoning modification, that's a public hearing, we need to discuss. Is the applicant here on 37? Okay, so we'll pull that first. Item number 38 is a rezoning request. Is the applicant here on 38? Okay. Georgia House Bill, this is city attorney, will keep. Emergency procurement for bullet-resistant glass from police department, any objection to consent? And 41, any objection to consent for defensive tactics and jiu-jitsu training? Okay, that. For East Point police officers, any objection to consent? All right, so,
Madam Mayor. Over here.
oh, yes.
We'd
Madam
also
Deputy
like
Secretary.
to pull items 6 and 11 and place on the January agenda.
On the January, the first council meeting work session, or?
Work session, please.
Okay, January work session for 6, instead of consent, Madam Deputy City Clerk, and 11. Do we have any discussion on this? We've been talking about wayfinding and gateway signs for like 5 years. Do you have any information to share tonight?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor and Council. For those items, number 6, it's an item that needs to come from Fulton County, and they don't have their document ready, so we're moving it till January. And then the other one, number 11, the presentation is presented by our contractor, and they won't be able to make it down until January.
We previously approved the contractor?
That's what we're trying to get it approved, so we need to go through a work
Well,
session.
this item
process.
doesn't say approval of the contract, it says discussion
Yes, ma'am.
of the proposed gateway and wayfinding signage.
Yes, ma'am.
Was the solicitation done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, he said it hasn't been approved, so I'm not sure who the vendor is or how we solicited it.
It wasn't, the solicitation moved forward, and then when we went into putting the package together for the PO, we found that it went to council, but it never was approved.
Right, and so all I'm saying is when it comes back, this agenda item is not about approval of a vendor.
And the reason we brought it back for discussion, because there was some council members who had some questions about
Yeah,
the
I
package.
don't have a problem with that part of it. I'm just saying, if it comes back, this agenda item will not accomplish your goal of trying to get a vendor. This just says council review and discussion of the proposed gateway and wayfinding signage design. So if you said January work session, it probably needs to indicate like the other procurements,
Okay.
who the recommended vendor is, and,
Okay,
but January work session for
Yes, ma'am.
item number 11.
thank you.
Anything else? All right, we only have one presentation tonight. We'll take that presentation, then we will do we have any other non-staff people here for any other agenda items other than item 37 and 38? 39? Oh, my page flipped. Oh, wait. The regulatory fees? Okay. So we'll do the presentation, and then we'll do items 37, 38, and 39 after our update on policing. I see our police chief is here, so we'll make sure we get him in and out. So after, we'll do the Empowered by Getting Ahead presentation, then we'll do update on policing, then we'll do items 37, 38, and 39, and then we will move forward with the rest of the agenda. I have number 6 going to January work session, number 7 going to January work session, number 11 going to January work session, 13 and 14 were removed. Items 15 and 16 to January work session. Items 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, 36, and 40 and 41 to consent. All right, Mr. Jones, we can start with the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'd like to have our representatives from the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment to walk us through the presentation.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council, and all the other staff. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to present. I want to present, of course, this work is a lot more detailed than what we can even do tonight, but we're going to give you a brief overview of our main objective for tonight, which is our Empowerment Gala, and giving you an overview of our Empowered by Getting Ahead framework. I just wanted to give some background, just kind of leading us up through this presentation. The background, of course, many of you already know that our poverty rate is at 23%. Now, I've watched the poverty rate studied it for the last 10 years. It was at 28% 10 years ago, then it went down to 23%, then it went to 19%, so it's back to 23% again. That could be for a lot of reasons, but we could talk about, but just not have time tonight. There are a lot of contributing factors to the poverty rate going the way it is now, which our poverty rate exceeds the national average of 11.5%, which is approximately 87% of our residents living below the poverty line. So the that should be FY26 Human Services budget, which is $350,000. That's our FY26 budget. That should be FY26. It says 25, but it should be 26, which is a insufficient level of funding that we should have for this department. So that's why we wanted to bring this presentation to you, just to kind of give you a brief overview of what we've done, what we're doing currently, and what we've done in the past. In the past, we've had ARPA funds, we've had CDBG, we've had ESG fund, and I think roughly in maybe 23, 24, we received general funds, which gave us a grand total of a little over $2 million of funding to for this department since FY20 to 26. The purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview of the Empowered by Getting Ahead the Empowerment Gala, which is our framework to highlight the impact and the data of the Empowered by Getting Ahead framework, to demonstrate community outcomes, partnerships, and returning investment, and to request council awareness and support. Our Empowerment Gala is going to be our signature fundraiser for community impact. It's to support housing stability, civic engagement, and economic upward mobility. Our goal is to sponsor 25 families at $10,000 each. I'll go in detail a little bit more throughout the presentation about that number, and to recognize our partners within our framework. Our gala goals and outcome is to raise funds to sustain the Empowered by Getting Ahead framework. And just let me tell you what our Empowered by Getting Ahead framework is. We launched this framework back in November. It's been a year now. We launched it back in November of last year, Empowered by Getting Ahead framework. So essentially what it is instead of, it's to help our residents build economic mobility. Instead of them coming to us every year for some sort of fund for rental assistance, utility assistance, mortgage assistance, we kind of looked at that data and saw that we had residents coming back maybe every 6 months to a year seeking some sort of assistance. So we had to create something that could build long-term stability. Instead of them coming every year, we give them things such as financial literacy, money management, budgeting, credit education. We go through a series of insurance planning. So we'll go over some of these things throughout the presentation. Another one of our goals is to increase partnerships and donor engagement and to also expand our rapid rehousing program for the unhoused, in which to also undergird our financial literacy and community support services. The Empowered by Getting Ahead overview is to focus on stability, which is economic mobility and wellness. It's a 6-month cohort. What we started out last year, we provided a 6-month cohort, which we walked with 25 residents for 6 months just to kind of watch them collect some data to see how things were going. A lot of them were unhoused. When I say unhoused, they were living under bridge. They were living in their cars. They were sleeping on couches with family members. They were living in hotels. And they came to us. They wrote out their plans on our empowerment plan that we had. We had an application that they fill out and they put all of their goals and the things that they wish to accomplish. So we worked through that framework, and we got some help last year by our mayor bringing awareness to the work that we were doing. We were able to get a grant through the African American Mayor Association. We became part of their cohort. So that helped support a lot of this work last year, which was a great thing. We actually came out as one of the top cohorts of that cohort for the Emily, which was the Economic Mobility Leadership Institution. We were one of the top students in that cohort for the African American Mayor Association. They actually used our framework to be a model for the rest of the cities. So we were highlighted in Washington. I had the opportunity to go and see some of the highlights there. We were also highlighted recently in Atlanta at one of the conferences in Atlanta. So that was good too. So a lot of people are watching the work that we do, and they really support it and think that it's a good accountability system that we have for our residents here. So as you can see, we have a civic engagement, we have workforce development, we did do career fairs, home ownership. All of this happened for 6 months, every day 6 months. We can have as many as 21 classes a month for our residents, and it's all these things that's drawn out here that they're participating in. When we're talking about health and wellness, we're talking about their mental stability. We bring in partnerships where we can work with them pertaining to their health and their wellness. And we have that one big session, and then they also have the privilege of having one-on-ones with those counselors that come in to help us as well. And we do insurance planning and credit education, teach them about their credit so that they can have better credit scores. So our Empowered by Getting Ahead framework data impact, we had 200 plus families engaged in money management and budgeting. And this, we've had some great turnouts because, for one, we make it a requirement. In order for you to come to get services from us, you have to complete 6 classes with us. Most of the time when they come to get those 6 classes, they stay. They don't leave. They continue the classes because they see that it's a benefit. So we have had at least 200 plus families engaging in money management and budgeting. We've had about 65 families supported toward home ownership. We have 2 home ownership sessions. We have Pathway to Home Ownership, and we have home ownership planning sessions. We've housed over 400 chronically homeless families and moved them into stable and permanent housing. We've also increased civic engagements, civic participation and awareness. And strong partnerships, we built strong partnerships across nonprofits, faith-based groups, and city departments. I did want to highlight throughout this Empowered by Getting Ahead framework, because we put a lot of emphasis on the mental health and well-being of our residents. So you'll see later on in the slides that the pictures of the people that do participate, of the number of people that participate, and everybody has to sign a waiver in order to get in our pictures. You won't see any faces or anything, but you'll see pictures. I think the pictures tell the story. Civic engagement, again, residents attending council meetings. We haven't had, I don't know, Shannon, did we have anybody to attend council meeting yet? But we have encouraged them to participate in council meetings. Not yet. So we've taught them how to come when they transpire, so they are aware of that. Partnerships with health providers to support a holistic stability. We're heavy on that, building those relationships with our health and wellness partners. Financial and housing assistance, our rapid rehousing program, that's one of the major things that keep us occupied and busy. We have to build relationships with landlords and property managers, making sure that we have somewhere to house the residents that come to us who are unhoused. A lot of them have barriers, such as their background. It may be that they've had evictions, maybe 1, 2, or 3 evictions. We have to work through those processes, so it's very important that we build relationships with property managers and landlords. And we have relationship with owners of apartment complexes. Sometimes it's very important that we get to the owners, because sometimes the owners understand a little bit more than the leasing manager. So we have to get to the owners to make sure that we can provide an avenue for some of the residents. Rental assistance, utility assistance, and of course I talked about the landlord coordination, the average household cost reduction, and long-term retention. So that's important as well. Community partnerships are very important. We've had collaboration meetings, community collaboration meetings. We've had 4 of those this year. Our goal is to do them every quarter. We have about 45. We've had 45 community partners here. Sometimes it fluctuates. We have 45, sometimes we may have 25, we may have 30. So it just kind of depends, but that consists of the faith-based, nonprofit, educational, and business partners. Our hopes are to strengthen collective impact across the city. Our ask to you, council, when it comes to our Empowered by Getting Ahead gala, is to support visibility and the promotion of the gala, strengthen cross-department collaboration, celebrate Empowered by Getting Ahead successes and expand capacity, continue evaluating community empowerment initiatives. So I will go back and just elaborate a little bit more on our Empowerment Gala and the intent of that. The intent of our Empowerment Gala is to actually, again, to bring awareness to the work that we're doing and to also help with the funding. Our funding pool is not where it needs to be. I know this is a new department and we're trying to find the strategies, the best strategies to help support this work, but the need is not where it needs to be right now when it comes to funding. We've reached out across different avenues, and we all know what's going on at the federal level, some things that we cannot control at this time. So we're trying to be innovative and think of ways that can help increase and enhance the funding that we have coming in. So it is a corporate sponsorship gala where we will ask for sponsorships from corporate entities, and we will open it for some people to come in from throughout the public. We'll have that availability open too for people that want to be involved from the public as well. But that gala is set to be on January 30th of next year, 2026. We've thought it out pretty extensively with what we want to do and the things that we're planning to do to make it a success, but we will need your support in the process to bring awareness to this gala. I did want to highlight, just for transparency, some of the funding that we've had, and this has been since fiscal year 20 to 26. This is the funding that we've had to come through the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment, CDBG funds. You can see those numbers, ESG funding, ARPA funds, and the department, that is our general funds. That's what we've had since FY 2026. So we've had in our department a little over $2 million in the department, and it's a total of 1984. We've served 1,984 people. Those numbers can be duplicate numbers of people that we've served. That number, if we had to tally up the services, it will probably be more than that, but that's the amount of people. Not saying that we've serviced one person one time, but sometimes it takes multiple times to service people. It just depends on which walk of life they come from. Here are some pictures from digital literacy. That's just to give you a receipt of the number of people that we have to come into our classes. That's just one class, and that is this cohort with our digital literacy session. This is our health and wellness session. It's a little dark, but it was people all over there and on the back of this session. We do have a collaboration with East Point First Malibu Church. They have allowed us to use their facility to facilitate these classes, so we are there. And as I stated a minute ago, we are about 21 classes a month. So we have about 21 classes a month. This month is a little shorter because of the Christmas holidays, but it's about 21 classes a month. And this is our money management. This again is at the church. This is that we had to bring this one to a bigger space because we had more people. This was our money management and budgeting session. So that's a lot of people there too. And workforce development, this was one of our workforce development sessions. Sometime I failed to mention that some of our classes, we do have to take them to Zoom. It just depends on the weather. We had some cold weather, we had some rainy weather. We try to accommodate the residents to make sure, because a lot of them do have to ride the public transportation, so we make sure that we facilitate that or accommodate them with that. So this is workforce development. And this is our career fair. We had this earlier this year, right here. It's a little dark, but it was a lot of people here for our career fair as well. And this is one of our community collaboration meetings. This is all of the community collaboration, collaborators, should I say, that we've had here. This was just one of the meetings. I think this was the last meeting that we had. And we will have our very last meeting for the quarter. We'll have it this Thursday, actually, right here. We'll be having a roundtable discussion about all the things that we've talked about to just kind of bring everybody together to try to create a strategy and plan for the next year and see how we're going to collaborate together, leverage our funding, and all of those things. And here are just some of our Empowered by Getting Ahead benchmarks and some of our key performances. I think I left a handout because it's a lot more that I can tell you, but I just don't have the time to tell you tonight. But I did leave a handout for you to see some of our benchmarks and the things that we do, that we have done throughout the program pertaining to our rapid rehousing funding, our housing stability. But you can see some of those numbers here with our program engagement. We have about 200 plus residents engaged in budgeting, money management and budgeting. We had an 85% average attendance across our cohort cycle. The completion rate was about 65%. We had a target of 75%. So we are heavy on our data. And how we got to all of this, again, just so that we're fully transparent with that, we had, what am I trying to say? Survey. What's the word? What am I looking for? Yes, we had our community needs assessment. I couldn't find the words. But we had our community needs assessment in 2022. So we structured this framework off of the community needs assessment. So that's how we got here, just basically gauging the things, the outcry from the community and what was requested. And I could have stuck that up there, but we do have it. But what screamed the loudest was financial literacy. So we built and structured this framework around financial literacy. So that's what we're working toward. So, but those are some of the things that you can see there. Okay, yeah, but that's it, there. That's just some of the things that we're reiterating. Economic mobility, 65-plus families on home ownership pathways. 30% of them have increased their credit scores. That goes way back when we had ESG funding, when we were able to really put a lot of emphasis on credit scores. We had about 30% increase in people credit scores happening then. So we're working on that. We don't have the funds to do what we did then, but we are still working on that with more educational pieces on credit education.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation, you and Shannon, and all of your work in supporting people in East Point residents, but also others. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Shannon Armstrong. You always come through when I call. I just have a couple of questions for you. Who teaches the classes?
Well, we have, actually, we have one of our East Point residents that teach the class, Miss V. Her organization is, oh gosh, I can't remember, something financial advisor. She's a financial, you know who I'm talking about? Okay, and we have On the Rise. We also have, who? Oh, Silverton Mortgage and Dream Homes. Is it Dream Homes? I think that's the other. That it's a collection of three of them that do the pathway to home ownership. Oh, Morningstar Community. They do our home ownership planning. Who else am I missing?
I understand.
Okay, I have to name off the classes in order to name out who does that.
I have two final questions. The first question is, so now you said you have a budget around $2 million, and you're thinking that budget is going to drop to $350,000 because of ARPA and CBDG grants?
Yes, we had that budget. That was our total budget with ARPA funds, CDBG, ESG, and department funds. That was the budget that we had. We don't have those funds anymore. The only thing we have left is our general fund budget, and that's $350,000.
Which is an increase from 200, I think it was $250,000 or something like that. So what do you plan to do to make up the shortfall in addition to this gala? And I'm going to have a question about the gala.
What do you mean?
What are your proposals? Do you think you're going to be able to make up that roughly $1.7 million?
No, I don't. Not with the gala. The gala, the target is 10 families, 25 families, $10,000, $250,000.
So you're looking to raise $250,000 from the gala? Which will put your budget to about $500,000. Yeah, $600,000. What do you plan to do? How do you plan to, if your operating budget is $2 million, how do you plan, or what are your plans to make that shortfall?
If it was $2 million at the time? Okay.
Or let me rephrase the question. Are you guys going to be able to operate without having a $2 million budget?
I mean, we're operating, but at very minimum capacity. Very minimum. Because it's the requirement in the work that requires when you're talking about trying to stabilize a homeless person or unhoused person, and the things that comes with that. It's so much that comes with that.
Follow-up question to that. So you said your goal is to earn $250,000, so you're looking for 25 sponsors to give you $10,000. Is that where you're?
We have a sponsorship. It's a sponsorship. I can share that with you all too. It's a sponsorship packet that goes up to $10,000.
How are we looking so far?
How?
Because your gala is in January? What are your numbers that you've raised, and how much is the?
Well, nothing, because I wanted to bring it here, but we've had conversation with a lot of our partners that want to give, but we haven't received anything yet because we wanted to get it here first before we start collecting any dollar amount.
How much is the gala going to cost?
Well, it's whatever sponsor level they come in on is what that cost is. So if they come in as a $5,000 sponsor, then.
No, let me rephrase the question. I've done a lot of fundraisers, and in order to raise money, you have to spend money.
Yes.
So I'm asking, how much is it going to cost to put the gala on?
A little under 30,000
Okay. And where will that be?
in our general fund
No, not the money. Where are you proposing to have the gala?
at the Sonesta.
Okay. All right. My final question, and then I'll yield to my colleagues. How do we know that we're servicing East Point residents that are unhoused? I guess one of the concerns, especially consider your budgetary constraints, is that our sister city may be pushing homeless people out of the city because of FIFA. How are we addressing those issues? Are we addressing them? Is there an increase in the unhoused population because of that?
We did have, and I can only go by the data that we've collected, we did have an uptick of unhoused people this year. When I say this year, 2025, it was low 2024, it was high 2025. Now, where the people came from, I'm not exactly sure, but they do have to go through an assessment. So we find out a lot of times that they're at the hotel down the street. So, and they've been there more than 30 days.
And so maybe what happens is, and I understand that there are different levels to being unhoused. So, and I don't, you can define what those levels are, but, so you have some people that just live under bridges, then you have some people that are, maybe they're living in their car, or being evicted from a hotel or something like that. What is the breakdown of our unhoused population which you're servicing? And you don't have to be exact, but are they majority one where they're just sleeping on the bridge, or is it people that just need a lift up?
The majority, I would have to say, is a category 1.
Define that for me. I don't know what.
It's a chronic homeless, meaning they're under a bridge or sleeping somewhere that's not habitable, or they may be in a hotel. That's still kind of like a category 1 too.
Okay. All right, thank you, I'll yield.
My monitor is showing that your mic was
Oh.
on. No?
No,
Oh.
nothing, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. Are there any grant opportunities that are available for your office?
We are looking at one right now.
Okay.
A lot of them are matches that we've seen. We're looking into foundations as well. So we are looking at grant opportunities. We've applied for a few. We didn't get them. A lot of the nonprofits did.
Okay. Just a good resource, Arthur Blank's ex-wife. I know she's done some stuff in Atlanta, so maybe that could be a source for you.
Who's that?
It's Arthur Blanks, it's his previous wife, but she does a lot of philanthropic stuff. Can't hardly pronounce it right, but yes, I'll get that information for you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
So let me ask you, with the grants and the money that was tied to the grants, and because nobody is getting grants, nobody is basically getting federal funding. How does that affect your work and the people that need service? Because I know that has to be kind of hard trying to place them when the funding is not really there.
Yes, ma'am. It's definitely affecting it a whole lot. We've seen that recently. We've had to scale back a lot and tweak because some of the people that could usually come to our rescue, they can't. And We've had to tweak the program a lot. We've had to really put a lot of emphasis on our classes, the Empowered by Getting Ahead framework, to making sure that people are ready, they can budget their money. We're actually in the process now of planning for the next cohort in February to make sure that we put a lot of emphasis on the having them to sit down with us and let's talk about the budget, because people are working, they're just not making enough money. So in the organizations, they don't have it like they used to.
So what do you see the most of? Is it people without houses? Is it seniors? What's the biggest, the majority of the people that you all see?
What we're seeing a lot of is mothers, single mothers with children. And I'm talking about in abandoned buildings, sleeping in cars, and it's a lot of that. And we are seeing would you say we've seen a little bit more of seniors this time too? Yeah, our senior numbers have gone up a little bit more this time too. I haven't done the numbers yet for the end of this quarter, but our senior numbers I can just tell by calls and stuff that they've gone up, and it's mainly with them, their utilities. They don't have the money for that.
Okay. Thank you for that, and thank you for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Two questions about the gala idea. Have you spoken with legal or finance just about the complicated nature of donations to a city government?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right.
So I did speak with legal. I do have the legalities around this, and I spoke with finance. So the two of those are helping to navigate this process.
Okay, good to hear. And I know you said the target date is January 30th. That it doesn't sound like a lot of lead time for the kind of asks. Do you already have sort of some ideas of prospects, or because that doesn't seem like a long time to raise?
Yes, I've been working my way through with corporate people pretty much that really support the work that we do. They know what we do. They've just been waiting on me to say, okay, can I send money? I had to make sure that it got here first per our city manager before we moved any further.
Okay. And then will there be, in addition to this, sort of corporate giving, will there be an opportunity, just an open opportunity for people who might want to contribute at any level, or are you
Yes,
looking for these?
yes, it will. What that looks like, I'm still trying to find that way. I'm gonna have to seek some advice from our finance department. I just thought about that recently. I'm not exactly sure, and I still have to kind of keep a little cap on it because our budget is not gonna fit a whole lot of people, but I will open it up for some others.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much again for all that you all are doing. This work kind of came about through the Emergency Solutions Grants that the county offered during COVID. Are those grants still available?
We've applied twice for the ESG funds. We didn't get it. I looked at who did get it. I think it was about 103 people that applied. And I want to say out of those 103 people, only 2 or 3 cities got the funds the last time. It's coming up again to apply again, but I think they are, according to what I saw on the GIC agenda, that they are really seeing that we really need to probably incorporate some cities to get these funds, but they've been putting emphasis on nonprofit organizations to get the funds.
Call which cities received the funding?
Oh, gosh, I cannot remember, but I definitely can go back and find it.
Okay. What about CDBG?
CDBG, there's no opportunities there. The state actually loved what we did. We were the only city that got our funds out the door like we were supposed to. They gave us money 3 times. Right now, there's no funding for this type of work, but it's definitely out there for other work, but just not this work.
Does the state have funding through the Department of Community Affairs? I know they received like billions of dollars for housing, assistance during COVID that I don't know that they really moved all of it out the door. Is there any discussion at Department of Community Affairs?
They
about-
don't. Last I spoke, they didn't have anything. I'm going to check back at the beginning of next year because some more grants are getting ready to open up, so they may have something. I'm not sure.
And it's come up at a town hall meeting and other places and even here about the city potentially diverting or quote-unquote pushing people who are experiencing homelessness to the city of East Point. I will say that the mayor of Atlanta, Mayor Dickens, actually had a delegation of over maybe 50 people. I was a part, and we went to Tampa to see how they are working with people who are experiencing homelessness. It is a very restorative and supportive process where they identify properties. And yeah, there's tents, but there's also padlets, and then there's also housing, and people can transition through. But the first day that they get there, they get connected with case management support and provide intensive support for on all different levels, similar to what you all are doing by Empowered by Getting Ahead, but on a number of different facets, including healthcare. They have piloted this booth where you can go in and actually have a virtual physical or evaluation by a doctor. And so what I know of Mayor Dickens' focus as it relates to people experiencing homelessness is a very restorative, not push-out model of trying to, in fact, I think they're looking at spaces within the city as to where this type of restorative, supportive support can happen. I will say when we visited Tampa, we visited 2 different sites, and one was a site that was supported by multiple cities. So Tampa had its own, Pinellas is the county, I can't think of the other location, but multiple cities contributed to this location where all of these supports are happening. And one city may have given only $10,000, other cities gave different funding amounts. And so as a part of that delegation, there was discussion around a regional approach to supporting people who are experiencing homelessness, and also maybe opportunities for collaboration amongst municipalities to deal with the issue. The reality of it is people who are experiencing homelessness are unhoused. They don't have a residence. In fact, when they can get support in any city because of their status of being experiencing homelessness. But there is a very humane, restorative approach happening that is being driven by the mayor of Atlanta. That is not a push them out and forget about them and move them out of sight, out of mind. It's really to work together to support people who are experiencing homelessness, to help them become self-sufficient, the very work that you all are doing. So I wanted to put that on the record because I think this notion is growing. FIFA is coming, and homelessness, people experiencing homelessness looks different in Atlanta than it does in East Point, than it does in College Park. The point in time count is happening again in January. The city of East Point has hosted that initiative for the county, for Fulton County, for probably the last 2 or 3 years. That'll be coming back up where we actually ride around and identify people who are experiencing homelessness in all of the cities in South Fulton, and then they do one also in North Fulton. The challenge is when you ride around East Point, it's not as visible. You mentioned people are living in extended stays or hotels. We're seeing more people who may be on the streets. But, you know, at one point I knew their names, and people experiencing homelessness sometimes don't want help. There's a whole level of support and, you know, interaction that is needed to get them to understand that they are valuable and that they also deserve to be supported and to be housed. And so it's hard work and it's hard work. And I appreciate all that you all are doing, but I definitely wanted to put on the record the work that Atlanta, or the focus or the approach to the work of people experiencing homelessness and unhoused that the city of Atlanta is doing not just for FIFA, but overall. But yes, FIFA is coming up, but this notion of pushing them out of sight, out of mind, I don't think is what Mayor Dickens has demonstrated, especially by the delegation that he assembled with over 50 people at different levels and different positions regionally to actually try to work together to figure that out. So I appreciate you all. I know the money, the budget is a challenge. You know, I commend you on trying to think of ideas to generate revenue. I encourage you, as Councilmember Cummings mentioned, looking at philanthropic organizations. There's some that really just focus on housing. There's the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, right? There are a number of different foundations. I think where we are, because we've been doing the work. I mean, back when the county offered ESG grants to cities, we were the only one that applied in the county out of the 14 cities. Atlanta had their own funding, right? So it's disappointing to know now that we're not continuing to receive the funding, but we stepped up and that's how this work started. And so, you know, I want to encourage you to continue to look for that and look at opportunities, but the unique position that we're in, we have data, right? And you gave us a snapshot, but if you provided data from when we started, I mean, you've helped over, 350 people experiencing homelessness become housed. Hundreds of people just connect the services through the empowerment plan. I think telling the holistic story will really help support, you know, applications to philanthropic organizations, foundations that really care about this work, and given what's happened and continues to happen, and that is happening, there are more and more foundations looking for places where they know they'll get a return on their contribution, right? That there will be a return on impact. They will get an impact return on what they're contributing. So I encourage you all to continue to do that and continue to ask Mayor and Council for support with what you all are doing is much needed. Just because we got through COVID doesn't mean people still aren't experiencing life, and that life is lifing differently for people. And I think, you know, being able to be a place that can connect. I mean, we, as a city, we're connected for a number of different things, but being able to connect people to the path to be self-sufficient and be empowered by getting ahead is a great one. So thank you to both of you for all you do. I know Yolanda and Shannon, y'all go help people move in who are experiencing homelessness and then transition to housing. Like, that's not in your job description. And so just know it doesn't go unnoticed. We really appreciate it, but it shows your heart and passion for the work. And, you know, we'll just believe that it'll continue. Thank you.
Okay. If I may mention too, January 22nd, Fulton County has asked me to chair the point in time count this time. So it's January 22nd. So if anyone is interested in being a part of that initiative on January 22nd, please reach out to me. It was something else I meant.
Have they asked to use the annex again? Because generally, council approves. There's a motion for council to approve that, and so. Well,
it's under construction, so we were looking at another location for that.
What about the rec center?
Well, they wanted to see if they could use the church. Okay. Yeah, so we're waiting on an answer for that, because it would give us enough space that we need as well. Oh, this was the last thing. We have a Pathway to Home Ownership session tomorrow night at the church at 6:30 till 8. So if you all want to be a part of seeing what that actually looked like with our residents, you're more than welcome to participate. Thank you.
Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, and this is a last comment. I know I was looking at just the resources and everything that you were providing, and if we looked at something more global, like a total package, are you familiar with the Melody House, the Melody Project that's in Atlanta? Where they have the Melody House, the Melody Project, it's down by the Greyhound bus station, but they took the smaller Connex boxes and they made their mini apartment units. And also, that's one thing. And another thing they also have is the old Atlanta motel that's on Boulevard, where they just took an old motel and what it does is it provides rapid housing, but they also do a wraparound service where it's, like you said, financial literacy, teaching them about home ownership.
Right.
So, I mean, I know it's broad and big, but I would love to see something, I don't know, just kind of, what appetite the city has for that, but I think it'll be something, to look forward, something that, just sort of far off, but definitely maybe a 3-year plan that we can put something in place, because you'd have to secure the real estate itself, look at building out Connex boxes, or maybe if there's an old hotel or an apartment building or something, that we could do something like that.
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
Okay, I yield.
Ms. Johnson, before you go, could you also take a moment, and I know the police chief is right behind you, but could you also take a moment and talk about some of the interdepartment collaborations that both your division and the police department has embarked on?
Yes, sir. We recently, the week of October 20th, we had our crisis intervention training, which took place with our police force. We had, was it 18 to graduate? We had 18 police to graduate, and this training was an extensive, I think you all got the emails on it, but it was an extensive training for our police department to actually help them understand the importance of mental health and how to approach that, de-escalation and all of the above. So it was really great for them to participate in that. They had graduated from that, and I think it goes on their post as a credential for them. So we had fun. It was a lengthy class session. It was a week long, but it was very fun and engaging for them. So that was exciting, and we had a graduation. Mayor attended the graduation, so they looked so nice. I don't know if y'all seen any pictures, but everybody looked really well, and I think it went really good. So we're hoping to do it again, right? Okay.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, and I'm glad you mentioned that. You know how long the mayor and former council member Karen Renee has been talking about that situation? Because every situation does not require a police, it requires someone who knows how to handle that. And we've actually had the discussion about having someone work in the police department in that particular field dealing with mental health.
Right.
So to hear that is good, because for a long time, that has always came up. Yep, that has always came up.
I remember Chief, and he kept talking about it, and then we finally got someone trained, which was me, and I got trained and was able to train the police department. So hopefully we can have one of them trained, and they can retrain the rest of the staff. But that's the ideal of it. But yes, thank you.
Good, because I know that was one of the things that the mayor, they talked about. They always ask that question, so that's good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you all so much for your work and your impact, most importantly. Next up, we will do update on policing, and then we'll go to 37, 38, and 39.
Chief Buchanan?
Hello, everybody. Mayor, City Council, City Attorney, how you doing today? Good. Just real quick, first of all, I'd like to thank Yolanda. That's one of our goals, is to have everybody CIT certified in the police department, because we have so many mental health crises that we respond to. So Fergoso is our trainer. So Lieutenant Fergoso, that should have been almost everybody in the police department, correct? Yes, sir. So thank you for working with Ms. Johnson to make sure that happened. That was very big for us. As well as 2 weeks ago, we got our first set of drones as a first responder operational. They're at the police department right now, and we're starting to utilize those to respond to calls. We are hiring some people for our real-time crime center to work in there to operate those drones. This week, I think Microsoft we've been working with them to get a second set. The location, I think they're dedicating the part of their property to the city, if I'm not mistaken, Mayor. Okay, well, I think that happens.
I know y'all are talking about it. I don't know what's that.
Yes, it's going to happen this week, and I will get with them tomorrow to finalize the date. We have our Christmas detail going on in terms of our crime suppression. That's very important, that during this month, we have high visibility, especially in our shopping areas. I'm going to get back with Councilwoman Ziegler. She asked me to share some scams, and I wrote a list, and I just want to do that last. Also, New Year's Eve is coming up, so we're already starting our Do Not Shoot Up in the Air campaign. We're doing something different this year. We're going to have about 50 police officers in the city in Pacific neighborhoods. We looked at our shots fired calls. It's a very dangerous plan, but we have to decrease people shooting up in the air. So we're going to have them in those specific neighborhoods, really working on that to try to deter and decrease that from happening. We had a couple of significant arrests lately. As you know, we got somebody who was trying to rob somebody in public with an AK-47, was able to successfully arrest him. We had a gambling sting. Matter of fact, off of 7 Road, that was a huge arrest for us. They was gambling during the week, late at night, as well as I sent an email out. We had a person, if you haven't seen it, city manager, you would see the email. Their father was missing, 78 years old. Unfortunately, he had a heart attack and passed away in the hospital, but the hospital could not contact his family because they didn't have any information. So when they reported him missing, we was able to find him pretty quickly and determine that he was actually, unfortunately, had just passed away at the hospital. So we sent an email about that as well. In terms of scams, I think you asked me about. So as you notice, I don't know what happened with federal regulation, but I can't even answer my phone without a scam call now. Everybody's pretending I had filed a loan or whatever, but this is happening right now all over the country. I always tell people, hang up. If you didn't apply for a loan, you know you didn't apply for a loan. So please realize it's a scam call. A couple other things. People are calling saying you missed jury duty. We're going to lock you up. If you don't pay your fine, you have to pay over the phone. You have to come meet us right now. That is a scam. There's no courthouse that will call you and tell you that you missed jury duty and you got to pay a fine immediately or they're going to lock you up. So that's a scam. Another scam is they have your family member's name and information saying they're being locked up. They need to come pay a bond and they'll meet you to do it. That is a scam as well. So just be advised of those. Another scam is a utility scam. They're telling people your utilities about to be cut off. If you want to keep your utilities on, immediately call us or immediately pay this over the phone. That's a scam as well. The East Point Utilities are not going to call you and make you pay your utilities over the phone. We don't have that service where we harass people like that, so it's a scam. So I just want to let people know during this Christmas holiday area or season, be aware of these fraudulent phone calls and fraudulent emails and things of this nature.
Thanks, Chief. Councilman Martin Rogers.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your presentation. And I believe that we discussed those scams at a Ward D community gathering. The most vulnerable population are the seniors. What can be done, I guess, is PSA announcements or just making sure they get the information, because just a couple of weeks ago, someone in City of South Fulton, they showed up at this woman's house. They had courted her over the telephone, and the lady or whatever the scam was, they showed up at this woman's house and picked up $60,000 of her life savings and walked away. So I guess, what are we doing for those like vulnerable populations that, you know, get the telephone call and it sounds like my granddaughter? Or, I mean, I always try to tell the residents that I talk to, no one will come to your house and pick up money.
Correct. And I will tell you, do not pay anything over the phone as well. When people tell you you have to pay now, it's always an immediate urgency to the issue. And that's how they get people to make it sound like if you don't do it right now, you're going to be arrested. If you don't do it right now, they're going to be locked up. So anytime you get a scam that has that urgency where you have no time to research, it's a scam. That's the number one thing to remember. Right now, we're publishing, we put out PSAs on our Instagram and Facebooks to match what we're talking about. So we're releasing another one tomorrow. The weeks before Christmas, we're releasing about 2 a week. So I would highly encourage people to look at our social media accounts, our East Point Police Department Facebook and Instagram, and we also sharing it with the city account so they can be aware of these things. But the biggest thing to remember is if it's an emergency, it has to be done right now, it's definitely a scam because they're trying to play on your emotions and they need it now. So anything that's urgent is a scam, is what I tell people.
Mr. City Manager, and I know, and I understand, but some people are 70 and 75, they're not on social media. What do you recommend? Maybe something in the utility bill, important holiday scams. I'm not sure of the direction that should be taken, but I do know that it's a large portion of people that I represent, they may check an email, but I know they check their utility bills.
Yeah, I think we can utilize resources like our utility bills that have helpful reminders on our website and things of that nature. I know also it even fools some of the young people populations now that's getting so sophisticated and starting to look very realistic in some of the scams that are being used today. So, you know, if it has anything to do with your bank, slow down, call your bank. That's another thing I would add to that. I was just in line at the bank, and a younger lady was there and had the scammer on the phone. Instead of just assuming that what the scammer was saying, that they were with the bank, actually went to the bank herself and then found out that the bank had nothing to do with the phone call. So things like that, I think the chief gives good advice. Slow things down, verify, and I think from our standpoint, we can just use every resource that we have to put out information and make sure people stay aware on when these situations come up. Oddly enough, and I hadn't briefed the council, but we recently just received another phishing scam, very identical to the one that we were victims of as a city. And this time we were able to first identify it, second, identify the financial institution that the assailants were trying to use, report it as suspicious activity, and then they were also using a real company, inform that company that their likeness was being used in fraudulent attempts. So those kind of vigilant make it harder on them, make them have to work to try and take advantage of people so that it's not an easy target, because so often we make it easy for them.
Thank you so much for your update, Chief. Very excited about the drones and as first responders, looking forward to the docking stations. They remind me again of Wakanda forever, like when they take off and come back. When I was at Skydio in Silicon Valley and I saw it, I was like, this looks like Wakanda. And then to the crisis intervention training, I attended the certification ceremony, and while yes, the goal is to have all of our officers trained, it was also that these officers had raised their hand to sign up to like go first or to be a part of the training. And I think the voluntary nature of it just shows that, you know, our police officers, yes, protect them, but also serve, and serving doesn't always mean locking people up. It means helping people connect to what they need when they need it. And so thank you to
Lieutenant Fragoso.
Lieutenant Fragoso. I was trying to look at your shoulders, but I still haven't figured out the symbols yet. You know, one day maybe I will, but thank you so much for your leadership of the crisis intervention training and really helping support our officers with some additional tools. Thank you to Yolanda for delivering the training, but making sure our officers are equipped with, you know, a range of responses to calls that they receive that don't always, you know, need to involve a heightened level of police intervention. So I appreciate you and your work and leadership.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I can just give a shout out to Yolanda. A lot of people don't realize we purchased Narcan for drug overdose, but she's assisted us in getting a lot of free Narcan through Fulton County Social Services, and she's provided that training as well. So she's been a blessing for sure.
For that, Chief. Councilmember Buck.
Yes, Chief, what are the requirements for the people who fly the drones? Are they police officers, or are we hiring people to do that, and what are their requirements?
So both. There'll be a mixture of police officers as well as people we're bringing in through our real-time crime center analyst position, and we can teach them how to fly them. We're sending them to the 107 Part class. That's not necessary because our partnership with the FAA doesn't require it, but I just want to do something a little bit extra to ensure.
What are the basic requirements that you're looking for if someone wanted to apply?
They're on our website as real-time crime center analysts, but basically what we're looking for are people who can analyze data. That's the biggest thing. We can teach you how to fly the drones because they're not very difficult to fly. They're autonomous, but we're looking for people who can analyze data quickly, deal with emergencies, dispatch calls, things of that nature.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
No worries.
And Chief, as it relates to drones as first responders, do you know of any other cities in the metro area that they're using drones as first responders?
Brookhaven and us pretty much started at the same time, so I think Brookhaven may have started a week earlier with Skydio, but I think we're the only agency with multiple docking stations, the number we'll have, so we're the only city.
Thank you so much for your leadership, Chief, and making sure, you know, being safe is a feeling, and you can't really oftentimes figure out what the formula is that makes people feel safe. But having leadership like you that, you know, really is in the community, you give people your personal cell phone, but also bringing innovation to our department and the leadership team that you've assembled, as well as the men and women who go out every day to protect us, sir. We greatly appreciate you.
Well, thank you very, very much, and I appreciate you all supporting us. Thank you.
All righty. Next up is item 37. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item is under Planning and Community Development, so we'll be having our Director Smith and Assistant Director Kelly come up and walk us through this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kimberly Smith and Mr. Lee Kelly to present on behalf of Planning and Community Development Department. In reference to this item, property located at 1457 Gus Thornhill Jr. Drive, known as application number P2025ZM-001-10. This case is a modification to a condition of zoning. The applicant is Mr. Daniel Okoye. The property is approximately 0.5596 plus or minus acres. The applicant is requesting a zoning modification to ordinance 200-023 to increase the density from 7 townhomes to 12 townhome units. The current zoning of the property is residential townhome, which you see on the zoning map there. The future land use map designation is redevelopment neighborhood, which allows for 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre. And the typical zoning districts allowed in the residential townhome is R1, RL, R1A, RT, R2, and R3. This particular property is also located in the Cleveland overlay, and the Cleveland overlay actually would allow for an increase of density based on the proximity to the MARTA station. The ordinance that approved the rezoning of this property a couple of years ago under case number 2023RZ-001-07 was approved with 5 conditions. The 4th condition is what is before you this evening, to be changed from no more than 7 buildable lots to an increase of 12 buildable lots. The Planning Commission and staff did recommend approval with 1 condition: the applicant shall The condition is the applicant shall meet all development standards of the Cleveland Avenue Overlay District and develop no more than 12 buildable lots. And the applicant is present to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does the applicant can come forward? Does anyone have the applicant? Patiently, sir, is there anything that you want to?
Hello. Okay. Hey.
Oh, we do have some questions. So I'll go to questions now. I see some lights on. Did you have a presentation you wanted to share?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to, so that's it, okay. Yeah, I would like to present, so there was just we have a slight change in our presentation, but it's pretty much the same thing. So Gus Turnhill, twin residence, modification of a condition of rezoning. Let's see. Okay, so the location is a corner of Irene Kidd Parkway and Gus Turnhill, which is half a mile to downtown and Martyr. In a redevelopment neighborhood land use and in the Cleveland Overlay District. Zoning residential townhomes. We can have that's like a map of Gus Turnhill in proximity to some of other townhomes we did reference in our presentation. Now, zoning modification purpose, specific intent is to retain zoning condition 1, 2, 3, and 5, and remove condition 4, no more than 7 buildable lots. In the East Point Comprehensive Plan Update 2022, page 78 to 79, redevelopment neighborhood future land use vision and intent, it states, while these neighborhoods have traditional urban neighborhood attributes and smaller housing lots, they're currently in need of investments. So future planning will reduce the number of vacant lots. These neighborhoods include an assortment of housing types such as twin family homes and multifamily homes. And the zoning ordinance, chapter 14, overlay district is harmonious with the intent of the future land use. I'm sorry. Okay. Treatment of the overlay and the future land use. Cities typically have two ways of dealing with overlays. Enact the overlay and enable it to run along corridors and over multiple future land use areas. Enact the overlay and alter all future land use areas impacted by the overlay to fit with the overlay, sometimes creating the new future land use. Most overlays are set up under the first option, which effectively sets aside land within the future land use area to enable targeted development, while the rest of the land within the future land use designation complies more fully with the future land use plans. So over here, the Cleveland overlay is layered over 4 future land use designations to include the traditional urban neighborhood development, urban neighborhood, redevelopment neighborhood, regional centers, town center sub-area 1. So as you can see, the color coding on the future land uses. So overlay are laws that supersede base zoning ordinance and future land use. Future land use areas are important to city development, however, they are guides and not the laws. The base zoning ordinance are also laws, but are subservient to the overlay ordinance. So, so what we're doing is there are developments in the area where we're trying to reference that do have So these are the overlays. The Gateway East Point, which is on 1.5 acre, has 101 units, which is 64 units per acre. 1100 Washington, it's on 3.7 acres, has 100 units, which is 27 units per acre. So does Wagram Works, 89 units, 25 units per acre. Sterling Village, 58 units, 14 units per acre. Martin Street is on 0.4 acres, and it's 21 units per acre. So on here, so the future land use guides versus the overlay. So currently, right now, those projects, those developments that we referenced, their future land use, if we were going by the future land use, it restricts them to 4 to 8 units per acre, but actually, with the overlay, they achieve 64 units per acre. So does 1100 Washington. Future land use was 4 to 8 units per acre, but they, in the overlay, they achieved 27 units per acre. The Wagon achieved 25 units per acre, the Sterling Village, 14 units per acre, and Martin Street, 21 units per acre. So, similar to the last presentation we did, what we try to show over here is, and what we're trying to propose, our design, compared to the previous approved design. The previous approved design, they were targeting sales price in the $400,000 range. Our revised design, we're at $200,000 range, which is more affordable housing, and we're able to achieve that with higher density, and we'll be in compliance with our revised design, which complies with the Cleveland, with the overlay, Cleveland Avenue overlay. All right, so these are pictures of the prior design, the 7 units that were approved versus what we're doing. The prior design had 7 units. We're gonna have 12 units. Prior design, the average size per unit was 3,197 square foot. Our new design will be a little bit smaller, 2,000 square foot. The average price in the prior design was $495,000. Sales price will be around $289,000, which is in line with what's in our economic environment right now. And this is just kind of pictures of how we would lay out the homes, in sets of 2s to make up 12 in total. And they can, these are different ways we can have them look. Will be 2 fee simple lots with good aesthetic matching the neighborhood, single family or townhomes. So let me see. So these are some of the other projects we did reference in the presentation. The Sterling Village, the average lot size. So the project average lot size is 2,025 square foot, which exceeds the comps, the reference projects we're referencing. So we're about 2,025. If you look at the Sterling Village, their lot size is 1,700. Average lot size was 1,700 square feet, with a total of 58 units. Unit size 1,600, and they were selling for $250,000. The Martin Street, their lot size is much smaller, 1,029 square foot. Total units, 8 units. Unit size, 2,400 square feet, and an average sales price of the recent sales price of $325,000 in a unit over there. So over here, we're just basically trying to present that our current design, it's pretty much as far as the total project value and the total square footage, and also the impervious lot coverage is similar to the prior design. So we're not really changing much as far as the impervious lot coverage or the amount of building we're building, the total building or the total project value. The main difference is it's going to be more affordable housing, which we can achieve that with higher, with a higher density. Now over here, what I wanted to, so there's a picture to the right where we're trying to describe here the overlay district, how it lays on top of the base zoning, and the overlay district controls all of the above. It overrides the base zoning, implements special standards, provides enhanced development allowance. The base zoning is the default rule, establishes basic permitted use, setback typical density, and sets the typical density and setbacks. The future land use, it's more of like a guide that helps inform zoning decisions. It's advisory and not regulatory. The alignments between the overlay and zoning. So in Chapter 14, Overlay District, Article C, in the Cleveland Overlay District, Section 10-14019, Overlay Intention. So where there are conflicts between overlay district regulations and other regulations contained in the code, the overlay regulation shall govern. Where the overlay district regulation is equally restrictive with other regulations in the code, the overlay district regulation shall govern. Section 10-14028, Overlay Townhome Development Standards. The minimum lot area is 1875 square feet, 23 lots per acre. Chapter 2, Zoning Regulation, Article C, Zoning Text Boundaries. Section 10-2069, RT Residential Townhome District. The minimum lot coverage is 3,000 square feet, which is 14 lots per acre. The synergy land use, overlay, and zoning. The Cleveland Avenue overlay is controlling zoning for this parcel. The future land use map serves as a guide, but it's not regulatory and does not reduce the density or housing type allowed in the overlay. By ordinance, the overlay supersedes the general land use designation. Hence, retaining zoning condition 1, 2, 3, and 5 and removing condition 4, which is no more than 7 buildable lots, is harmonious with the intent of the future land use and compliant with the overlay. Eliminates all confusions and resolves governing laws clearly as it relates to this parcel. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
All right, we have Councilmember Freely, Councilmember Cummings, and then Councilmember Butler.
Yeah, she was before me, but, okay. Thank you for your presentation, staff, and thank you for your presentation. 2 questions. Could you go back to, I think it was like your slide number 12, maybe? It was the comparison between the 2 proposals. This one, yep. Yep. So you said that by adjusting, I guess, the square footage of the individual units and sort of redesigning and realigning how the development would be sort of structured and laid out, you were able to drop the per unit price down. And so...
Is it better? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Okay.
So is that the sort of primary reason for coming back to request this change at this point?
So the primary reason, the main primary reason, it was not economically feasible to go with the old plan. Building at that price range does not fit what's going on in the market right now. So the path to getting this done was reducing the price and increasing the density. And if we did that, the project is more feasible. But at 7 lots, at that price was not a feasible project.
Okay. And it's neither here nor there really, but so this rezoning was approved back in 2023.
Yes.
And we're headed into 2026.
Yes.
Is there a specific reason why nothing has happened?
Nothing has happened?
Has something happened on the site over those?
No, not yet, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Any particular reason for that inactivity?
Okay, so the reason why is when this was approved, we got involved with the owners, trying to partner up to get this project done. And we determined when we engaged that it was not feasible because the economic climate did change within that time. And in 2022, it made sense to take on a project like this, but right now it doesn't, it's not feasible. So within that time, we had to adjust with, what the market conditions are.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. So how large is your lot that you're building on? I think I may have been out.
So our lot is, the exact square footage is, hold on a second, it's a little over half an acre. Let me see.
A little bit over half an acre?
Right. Let's see right here, the exact size.
So when I put this address in to Google Earth, it's sitting on the corner of Irene Kidd and Gus Thornhill.
Yes, yes.
Then I saw the rendering of, can you go back a couple slides that showed I guess how it's gonna be?
This one? Oh, hold on one second.
Okay, I see that one. I see what that's gonna look like. So they'll have a common driveway in the middle.
Okay, let me get to it. It's up here, hold on. That one.
Okay, I get that. So that's gonna, so go on back some more. So that common entry driveway, is that gonna come in off of Irene Kidd or?
Oh, so that's gonna come off of Gus Turnhill. No, I'm sorry.
Go
No,
back,
second.
go
No,
back
it's
a
right.
couple
It's gonna
more
come off of.
slides. Okay, go back a couple more slides.
Right. Okay, this one.
No, couple more. Couple more. Back.
Back.
Go back.
Back again.
Yes. One more time. One more time. It was one that actually had the map, and it may have been what
The first.
yeah, what they had. So
Okay, I think it's this one.
so it's gonna come in. No, I don't.
Not
think,
this one.
No, but I can kind of talk to what it is. So
Okay.
you said the driveway entry is going to come in off of Gus Thornhill.
Yes. Yes.
So it'll sit more rectangular on Irene Kidd.
Right. So the longest side of
So
it.
the longest side,
Yes, yes.
it'll be on Cleveland Avenue.
Right. So this is right here. So that's Irene Kidd, and that's Gus Turnhill, and you come in from Gus Turnhill.
Okay, and is this what the units are going to actually look like?
Is that?
Is this the rendering of what the unit's gonna actually
So
look
it's going to look more like this one, to your right.
twin
We
home
just
design?
Yeah, to the right. So what I did was we just showed variations of what could be done, but we're leaning more towards this one right here.
Okay. And there will be a total of 12 units, 6 on each side,
Correct.
with a common street coming down.
Right.
Gus Thornhill. Okay. All right, thank you, I yield.
You're welcome.
Yes. This question is for staff. Hi, Ms. Smith. I remember when we approved this project before, we limited the conditions to 7 units. And there was also a concern about trash pickup and the direction in which the people would come in and out.
I don't recall that discussion, but trash pickup will be handled through the plan review process, and so it would be sanitation that would make the final determinations and recommendations on how trash will be picked up, whether it would be a common trash receptacle or the individual curbies.
Yeah, before, I think there was going to be a single pickup, and then there was problems getting in and out. And now it looks like with the new design, they could possibly use separate trash bins. So I'm trying to determine why did the people say, okay, this is the variance, or from 7 to 12, why did the staff think it was okay?
because of the support that it gets from the Cleveland overlay as well as the comprehensive plan.
So do we know why we limited him before? Because it was an
There-
exception in the plan that was written.
There was community concerns about the density at the time because it's adjacent to single-family residential homes on the internal side of the community where it's located.
So do those concerns still exist?
We did not receive any comments during the community zoning information period. We've gone through several meetings, including the community zoning information meeting process. We've had 2 planning commission meetings, and this is our 4th meeting, and we've had no comments from the community in reference to it in opposition.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I guess the conditions that we're holding the applicant to, condition number 4, that came from the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation, or where did that come from?
Which condition?
Number 4.
Number 4, 1 through 5 are the conditions that were approved by the council in 2003.
Okay, in 2003.
When the property was
23.
rezoned.
Okay. So now that we're talking about that it's actually permissible to allow 12 per the Cleveland Avenue overlay district, I think that it would be, if this council is amenable to it, maybe removing number 4 and instead replacing it, because you are right on Irene Kidd, and you're right where the turn is, where the street bends. It's high visibility to drivers. And so what I would be asking for would be a streetscape, like pretty streetlights, landscaping, that kind of a thing. There's already a sidewalk there, but to really beautify that area, it would help you as a developer, and it would also help us as a city.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Yes, and what I would like to recommend is, I didn't see any lighting. Is there lighting or some sort of street lights that are going to be on or near this property?
A lighting plan will be required. That will
Okay.
be reviewed at the site plan review stage.
Okay.
Are there special type of lights? that
No,
you
it's
would-
not any special type of lights, but I find that in most communities, a well-lit area is just an area that is well-lit. It centers on safety. I notice I can just say for my own community, in Heritage Park, it looks like we have lights at every 10th house, which oftentimes is a dim street. We are, just constantly making sure that our porch lights are on. But I always, when making these recommendations or when zoning comes before us, I'm just always cognizant of making sure that there is lighting. And I wouldn't say every 10 houses, but I do know every 6 houses. And that's why I chose to live where I moved to, because there was a street light in front of the property.
Duly noted for enhanced lighting plan.
Yeah, an enhanced lighting plan would be great. I have one more question. My other question is, where are the mailboxes? I'm noticing that many communities are being built and they have those they have mailbox. If you are in a community with homes, everyone goes to one location for their mailboxes. So I'd be interested in knowing where are the mailboxes going to be, because I've been seeing quite a few communities where people have to go up under, they go to a stationary area now to their mailboxes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, so as far as the mailbox, we looked at 2 different options, having them all by Gus Turnhill as a feedback. All by Gus Turnhill, where they're all together, and also having them at the individual homes, so we're still trying to refine that thought process. But as we proceed closer to getting this completed, we'll figure out exactly how we're going to set it up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And you said that there were no one speaking against, no one showed up at the, I guess, the CZI meeting?
That's correct. No one spoke in opposition.
Okay, because I checked my email. We actually got an email from a person that has some questions about the change, and they cited some code sections, and one is 10-1011, section 4, and it, in reference to the overlay. And so they had some questions and some concerns about what's going there. Did anyone speak to you about those concerns?
Can you specify what those concerns are specifically? I said, can you specify what those concerns are specifically? Because I did not get that question from anyone.
Well, one of the concerns was the overlay district regulates, supplement, but do not replace the base zoning district, which conflicts. It's the overlay district. So they and I can pull the email up. It says both RT and the Cleveland Avenue Overlay District requires townhome units to face the public street with entrance. So I guess how it's facing, and it says the right-of-way alley are strictly for rear loaded. I think I remember this. Now that they talk about the rear loaded, because I think it was gonna be, the parking was going to be in the back. That question came up. I remember this now.
Okay.
And it said it violates section 10-1011-4 by granting a variance for prohibited land use. It violates 10-1011-5 by reconsidering a denial without proper procedure. So was this ever denied before? I don't think it was denied before, was it?
I thought it was approved in 2023.
Yes, it was approved in 2023. And the email that you're referring to, that particular individual speaks and references several variances, of which this petition is not requesting a variance.
Okay.
They're just simply requesting a modification to a zoning condition that was placed on it in 2023.
Okay.
I'm familiar with the email you're reading from.
Okay.
I read it this morning.
Okay,
And
okay,
it's-
good. So it has, okay,
No, ma'am.
perfect. Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
All right, that's it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
This will go on our agenda for Monday. At the top of the agenda, public hearings are before our items, so maybe you should not be here as long with us on next Monday, but you never know. Have a good evening. Next up, item 38.
That's okay. In reference to item number 38, do you have the application? In reference to item number 38 on the agenda this evening, the property is located at 1416 East Vesta Avenue. The application is known as P2025RZ-001-10. The case type is a rezoning. The applicant is Horace Walker, and the property is approximately 0.19 plus or minus acres. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from R1A, Urban Residential District, to R2, Two-Family Residential District. The future land use map of this property is traditional neighborhood, which allows for 4 to 8 units per acre. This particular property is an existing duplex. the revised, in the future land use map and under the description of traditional neighborhood, it highlights that that the zoning code shall be or should be looked at for revision when there are examples of current non-conforming multifamily uses to remain. So what that in essence states is that when properties are currently legal non-conforming, which this property is, it's an existing land use as of a duplex, that the zoning code should actually support that use when the property owner is wanting to use it as such. Typical zoning districts in this particular traditional urban neighborhood are as stated as R1, RL, R1A, and RT, and R2, which is what this application is asking to zone to. R3 is also a typical zoning district in the traditional urban neighborhood. I want to state for the record that the properties that you see on the zoning map, all of those properties along Vesta Avenue are all duplexes. They have a R1A zoning district, except for that one property that has a undertone of yellow. That property was actually rezoned to R2 in 2013. This slide depicts the Planning Commission accepting staff's recommendation for approval. The house located at 1402 East Vesta Avenue was approved for the same zoning request in 2013. Staff recommended approval at that time. The City Council also approved the rezoning from R1A to R2 at the property located at 1402 East Vesta Avenue. This applicant is asking for the exact same request, and for that reason, staff and Planning Commission has recommended approval for the rezoning. And just to state again for the record that these properties have a land use of duplex, and so they will be coming into compliance with what the use actually is, which is R2, two-family dwelling unit. The applicant is not here at this time. I believe so, yes.
Any questions? Councilmember Freely.
Yeah, just sort of out of curiosity, Ms. Smith, and you may not be able to answer, but why would the property owner, if the actual use of the structure that's there is what it is and is not being challenged, what would be the impetus for requesting the zoning?
Our understanding, the intent of the rezoning is for financing. There was some type of financial issue that they were trying to get approved through their bank.
Got it.
For financing.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, item 39. This will go to the agenda. And 37 will go to the agenda.
Oh, in reference to this item, this is a regulatory fee compliance update in reference to House Bill 461 that was approved by Georgia State a couple of years ago. So this is the city's attempt to abide by that House bill that was approved a couple of years ago. And what it basically touches on is fees must reflect actual regulatory costs. Fees cannot fund general operations. The hourly cost or ICC building valuation data shall be used. And the House bill also touched on defining extensive renovations over $75,000 in fees. And this was approved by Georgia State in 2024. Why are we adjusting the fees for the city of East Point? To ensure compliance with the state law that was approved in 2024, to maintain transparency in our permitting fees and other type of fees, and to align evaluation and fee structures with the ICC tables, and also to protect the city from audit and legal risks. The methodology used for the city of East Point used the ICC building valuation data by occupancy and construction type. They provided for several options of how the city could comply with the new regulations, and we chose to go with the square feet calculations. We also looked at extensive renovation thresholds to be integrated into the resolution that we proposed, and we also reviewed our fee tables for compliance and worked with the city legal department as well. What exactly is changing in our valuations of our fees? We are updating the valuation multiplier. We are also classified the fees and the proceeds. We classified them by use and type, and we made adjustments only for compliance, so there are no new fees that are being established. The resolution that has been submitted for your review and adoption is basically adopting the House bill provisions as stated by the state. We're establishing renovation thresholds of over $75,000 in valuation. We're also directing annual reviews within the resolution summary, and we're also ensuring restricted use of regulatory fees. We do have our chief building official from Safe Build, Mr. Paul Hardy, to answer any technical questions. They helped us come up with the technique on how we're going to apply the new fees and how they're calculated. And that is the conclusion of our presentation.
Where's Mr. Hardy? Oh, okay. Ask?
The ask is what we submitted was a resolution for the adoption by council, and we would like for the resolution to be approved. So we
Has
can
the
comply.
resolution been reviewed by legal?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions? Mr. Hardy, you've been waiting here patiently. Is there anything that you would like to share with us? It's likely that this is about to go on consent, but I want to acknowledge that you have been here patiently waiting.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, we just developed a comparison between your existing fee schedule and what the state required for the state law to change you to. So we developed a way to combine those two together and come up with a compliance with the state law.
But the resolution will only have the compliance fees. It won't have this table that's confusing, right?
The table that you're asking, the table is what it is, it converted it to a square footage cost rather than a dollar amount cost on the permit fee. So previously you were charged by the dollar amount of the construction value of the renovation or building or construction. Now it's going to be per the square footage of the building.
Right, and I'm just asking the resolution, I guess it's an Exhibit A or something, it will have what we're approving, not the comparison from the old to the new.
Right, just what you're approving, yes. Okay. Yep.
Questions? Any objections to this going on consent? All right, thank you so much. It is on consent, so you should be good on Monday. I think that's, do we have another item with a non-staff person? What were you about to say, Ms. Smith?
We had one more item, but it's not dealing with the non-staff person.
What's your item? Because now I'm about to go through departments.
It's item number 29, in reference to the zoning code rewrite.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about it. Like, are we actually going to get it done? Because we approved this a long time ago, so just give me a brief overview.
The RFP has gone out to do a complete zoning ordinance rewrite. The firm that was chosen during the procurement process was Inspire Placemaking Collective Incorporated, and this ask is to approve that chosen vendor for fees not to exceed $169,253.75.
I don't see anyone in. So who is this company work with? What other cities?
They've actually done Unified Development Ordinance in Rickon, Georgia. They've done multiple zoning ordinance development updates in Hardyville, South Carolina. They've also done a comprehensive plan and land development regulations in Effingham County, Georgia. They've also redone the zoning ordinance in Collegedale, Tennessee. Those are some of the examples of some of the projects that they've worked on. They've done some other updates.
Or two in Georgia?
Yes. And they've done some other work in South Carolina as well as North Carolina.
And how many people responded to the proposal?
3.
Councilmember Martin Rogers and Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, and thank you so much for this, the planning and zoning ordinance rewrite. But I guess my question comes in as far as like, will we be able, once this process gets started, to have input on the rewrite? Because I know as a resident, I submitted like a list of things that I wanted to see change. So I'm glad that we are at this point as far as zoning was concerned, as far as noise mitigation walls were concerned. I had like a list of items that I wanted to be a part of the zoning rewrite. So when will we be permitted, I guess, to submit that, or just some of the things that we'd like to see considered as part of this zoning rewrite? That was just my question.
You're welcome to submit any issues, concerns that you may have. You can submit those to us at this time. We're going to be turning over, we also have a list that we've collected over the last couple of years of issues that we have with the code. So we're going to be turning that list over to the consultant on day one. And we have also preemptively created a zoning ordinance steering committee as well. So we will have that option as well.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Do you know how long this rewrite will take? Did they give you an estimate?
In the RFP, we set a time slot of 12 to 18 months.
Okay, and was their price comparable, I guess, to the other bids that came in?
That would be a procurement question. It went through the procurement process, so I would guess yes on that question.
Okay. Or were they chosen like off a reputation or you know what I mean? I'm not sure.
Mr. Derman is in the back, nodding his head. I mean, that's not an audible response. Ms. Smith, were you on the evaluation committee?
Yes, Councilman, it was an RFP. So in RFPs, we don't do pricing. We don't judge the vendors by pricing. They get a score for pricing from 0 to 10, but they were judged solely on their proposals.
And that included their prior work and I guess they...
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So is this a RFP or RFQ? An RFQ, request for qualifications, you might not judge pricing. And a request for proposal, pricing matters.
Yes, ma'am. They have 0 to 10 points for their pricing for the RFP. So they did get points for their pricing, but there's pretty much the majority of the points came from their proposals. So we don't do to your question, when you said do the comparison of the pricing, we don't compare the pricing regardless
I
of
was
that.
just curious, is this a normal figure that these companies choose? I was just curious to see if this is a normal figure that the companies charge for something like this.
Yeah, out of the three proposals, they were roughly around the same
Okay,
price.
that's really what I wanted to know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Freeland.
Ms. Smith, you mentioned a steering committee. Is our city attorney, who has lots of planning and zoning experience, on that steering committee?
Well, first of all, the steering committee is made up of community members that we solicited from the community. However, during the planning commission process, our attorney is going to have the opportunity to review it in detail.
My mind blanked. I remember the request for people to join. But my main point was that the city attorney will be involved in the process.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith, were you on the evaluation committee for these proposals?
Yes, I did review.
Okay. Any objection to this going on consent? Okay, consent agenda, item number 29. We will go to item number 34. Well, actually, let's go to number 27, then 34. Then I think I'll be in Public Works and Parks and Rec. 27. Mr. Jones, this is a review and possible action on authorizing city attorney and interim finance director to indicate concurrence and financial capability for federal water infrastructure improvement project. What does this mean? And it doesn't look like the city attorney's been made aware because she's shrugging her shoulders. So what is this?
Well, I don't know if I know about it either, so.
You know, y'all tell
As
us
a
y'all
city
staff
attorney-
these items that are on the agenda before we get here, and so.
I would agree.
This is, I'm assuming the city manager is aware of all the items on the agenda. So,
Is this the item we talked about earlier today? Mayor, if you come back to this one, let me find out a little bit more about this, then we'll come back.
34.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Item number 34 is a feasibility study. We put out an RFP to conduct a feasibility study to add some battery storage and solar, that type of stuff, to our critical emergency buildings, Sweetwater Creek, City Hall, the police building, that type of stuff, to just for backup instances when we have whether inclement weather, different types of outages. So that's what 34 is. We put out an RFP, and Kimberly Horn was the person who won the bid.
Any questions? I'm trying to find a note. Councilmember Freeland.
Can you explain, what does it mean by feasibility study?
So I may think that adding the battery storage is a great idea, but we have professionals who's in the industry who conducts these studies to see if it actually makes sense. I may think it's a great idea, but after they do all the analytics and run numbers, look at our entire mix of energy, of power from MEAG, they might say, yes, this is a great idea, or no, I don't think you guys should embark on this type of stuff. So instead of us jumping into this project and spending thousands of dollars, we just want to make sure that it actually makes sense.
So they're going to review our situation, the issues with outages and all of that, and sort of come back with feasible recommendations.
Correct.
Based on what they found.
Exactly, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Butler.
Yes, thank you so much. I think you picked up on what the issue is. We had a town hall meeting in September discussing all of the power outages, and this is one of the recommendations that the utility part of East Point, thank you, Sean, brought to our attention, that we can have these battery stations that would turn on when the power went out. And so that's where the impetus of this came from. Thank you. That was, I'm happy that you're moving forward with it.
So I have a question. How many batteries are we talking about?
That, I don't know, that would be part of the study. They will recommend, hey, for City Hall, you might need, 50 backup batteries, or I'm not sure. I'm not well versed in that area, so that's why we're actually doing this study.
So, and Kimley Horn does energy studies?
Yeah.
They come up in planning and zoning. I mean, they like all over the place.
They're well, at least for me, in the power world, they're huge in the power world.
So when we've talked about feasibility studies in the past, that's a rate study. That's different than a feasibility study on battery backups. So the concern about batteries is backups. If they catch on fire, you can't put them out. They just have to burn for days. So where are you talking about putting these backup batteries? If you need them, I know you don't know how many you need, but like this whole idea around solar and expansion of power through solar and battery backups. When battery catch on fire, these battery backup for solar, you can't put the fire out. They just have to burn until they burn out. And so the question would be, where is this going to be? Is it near residential? Is it going to be near buildings? Like, as we're thinking about this, and I know you're doing feasibility, but like, there are other sources of power as well, like, what is it, thermal? Like where you run water, something connect lines underground.
With thermal energy? Yeah.
Thermal, that's what it is. Not
Yeah,
thermal.
We'll need to be like, whether like closer to the water, there needs to be like a ocean, not even like lakes or river. It's, the thermal energy is, they go way down and they use the currents way down to spin turbines and that type of stuff. That's more so on the wholesale side of things, not so much the distribution side.
So we're not exploring any other energy sources. It's just a study on solar.
No.
Or this is a study on renewable energy sources to figure out which might be compatible. We think solar, but it could be something else.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I thought it was a solar story.
No, we haven't picked any source, so they'll look at our entire makeup, our whole system, and decide and say, well, recommend to us like, hey, this is what we think will be best for the city of East Point.
Yeah, I was trying to find something in my notes from a conference. I'll find it later to ask you about this, but that makes me feel better that we're not selecting a renewable energy source. We have solar in mind, potential battery backup, but it could yield something different.
Correct.
All right, and was the solicitation done on this?
Yes.
And how many companies responded?
I think it was 5.
5? I don't see any other questions, any objection to this going on consent? All right, 27, thank you,
You're welcome.
Mr. Jones.
Yes, I kind of missed the introduction, but I did want to, and I don't know how much Director covered, but we did come across this through our attendance to the New Orleans Power Association. And we also, obviously, through feasibility studies that need to happen and all that, but we also have been talking to our forming Utilities Commission, and we hope to be able to take some tours of cities that have deployed this distribution technology. The hope is such a distribution approach would allow us to decrease our outage times by strategically placing things in secure areas and things of that nature, should it make sense, to allow our crews to get out, make repairs, get systems up, so at least we either decrease the outage time or actually fix failures and never, for the end user, never experience an outage. So this is kind of a way in our distribution side to build resiliency in our system, in addition to the things that we're already doing with underground placement of utilities, so we're not so vulnerable to things like trees and accidents and things of that nature. This is just a tool of many to be reviewed and looked at, and so that's what I don't know if the director caught all that exciting stuff, but it could be rather exciting.
Well, Director Dow said there hasn't been a decision made about whether it's solar and backup and what the distribution is. And also, you just said something about distribution that made me have a thought, and then I didn't write it down. Director Dow also said this is for critical city buildings. So I don't know, how does it contribute to resiliency for residents?
So the strategic locations, right, and depending on how much will be, like for instance, if we have a big system here at City Hall, if they recommend a big system here at City Hall may not use, or City Hall may be closed. So we can divert that backup to the residents around here, and just with different switches. And same for like the water plant and that type of stuff. So it'll be like when I said the city buildings, those are the main targets, but then through switches and that type of stuff, we can, send the power different places.
And how many megawatts of power are we looking for a backup system?
Well, so at least that's, some of my ideas, some of our ideas. We would wait on the professionals to tell us, hey, yes, that can be done, or no, it can be done, that type of stuff.
So I'm just asking, do you have a range of like megawatts in power that you're anticipating a backup system will provide?
I honestly don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I think it's already, yeah, I said consent. Thank you so much. 27? All right.
Yeah, so we did get a little more clarity on that. I would like to ask Director Echeverria to come up and just walk us through this item. I think it's more of a procedural requirement of something that council's already approved, but I'll let her walk us through the item.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. In January 2025, East Point Water Infrastructure Enhancement Act was signed into law as part of the Water Resources Development Act, authorizing $15 million in federal funding for critical water infrastructure improvements. The City of East Point is partnering with the United States Army Corps of Engineers under a 75% federal, 25% local cost share agreement to rehabilitate our drinking water supply lines. City Council previously approved the local match of $3.75 million. In September of 2025, Council approved an increase in the local match to $4.98 million, following the additional federal appropriations, bringing the total project value to approximately $20 million. The Water Resources Department intends to use the municipal option sales tax and other available funds to meet this local share. My request tonight is for you to authorize the city attorney to sign a concurrence letter and for the interim finance director to sign a financial capability document, allowing the United States Army Corps of Engineers to begin the formal review and proceed with the contract award for improvements to our drinking water supply infrastructure. The concurrence letter indicates the city's agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers. The letter report the scope of work and the funding structure that includes the 75% federal and 25% local match. The financial capability document confirms the city's ability to meet this 25% funding obligation. So both signatures are required to initiate the Corps' formal review and contract process to officially give us the final award and legal document for the $20 million water infrastructure project.
So the Army Corps is requiring the city attorney and the interim, and the finance director
Yes.
as signatories?
Yes.
Okay. Any question? Any objection to this going to consent? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is item number 23. I think Parks and Rec also is connected to 9. And,
Director Pinkett?
because I think item number 3 is connected to Parks and Rec, I'll do that one. Trying to get staff out. Planning and zoning still has something? Go ahead, Mr. Jones, Mr. Pinkett.
Director Pinkett, walk us through this item. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is our 5th time receiving this award. It's the Boost Grant that's through our governing body, GRPA. It's specifically designed for after-school and summer programming. So we'll be utilizing these funds to extend some of our offerings. We're looking at focusing on more with robotics. I'm not sure how many of you heard of drone soccer, but we pretty much bought a lot of that equipment. It's actually a sport that will be in the 2028 Olympics, so we're looking to try to launch that, and we're also going to be getting into esports. So those are some of the focuses we're looking at with the funding, but we were awarded it, and we're just looking to accept it.
And is the funding for this summer?
Yes, it's for this summer. The last several years when we've gotten it, they separated the after school with summer. They just did it one time. So it'll be funding that we can use between after school programming and summer camp on next year. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Any objections to consent? Okay, that's on consent. Item number 9. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, and I placed this item on the agenda because I guess as a council member, I wanted more information on it after looking at the Public Art Commission Ordinance, Chapter 2. And my first question was, how long has it been since this commission? I know that we established the commission, but it says here that it's consisted of 9 members who are either residents and/or employees, active or retired, or business owners in the city of East Point. Has this board ever been established in the city of East Point?
I actually have our public arts coordinator that can give you some history regarding your question.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Christopher Swain, Public Arts Coordinator of the City of East Point. Upon the establishment of the Public Arts Division, we put out the applications for a Public Arts Commission, and at that time, we received 36 qualified applicants for these positions. We submitted those applications to Mayor and Council, and at that time, nobody was ever appointed. Because nobody was ever appointed, we never had a full commission established. Subsequently, a couple years later, it was brought up again. We started publicizing the commission again, but we never received the same type of enthusiasm and feedback as we did initially at the initial rollout.
Okay. So what I mean, I've been contacted by quite a few people in Ward D, really 2 artists in Ward D, and they would like the opportunity to be a part of the Public Art Commission. I don't know if you all have received, I mean, it was just an inquiry that 2 artists had in Ward D. I told them that I would look into this, and that's why I kept this on our agenda, because I also remember Councilmember Atkins just saying that in order for people to feel like they have a voice or a seat at the table, we need to fill our boards and commissions. So I would just like council to start thinking about us filling the board for the Public Arts Commission. As I stated, I've been contacted by 2 artists in Ward D who want to provide input and want to be a part of this commission. But the other question was, I noticed in subsection D, it says all members shall be either acknowledged or accomplished in one of the following fields. They just need to have an interest in that field and appreciate. Am I correct? They don't have to have a degree in architecture or art criticism, just some type of experience.
That is correct.
Okay, well, I guess this is something that, you know, if it is the will of council, we can revisit this in January to, I guess, fill up this board or commission for our public arts sector, our public arts space. So that's what, I mean, do you have any recommendations, Mr. Jones?
I think I'd like to bring those back to City Council, maybe looking at a way that we can functionize how we appoint our boards and commissions, so that it seems like we kind of run into a bottleneck. So there's some past practices that I've seen where councils can look at and review those appointees, and I would like to be able to kind of dust that off and see if the council would be interested in looking at a framework.
Okay, I think that we have the framework in the ordinance, the Public Art Commission. So I would just like like I said, I would like it activated. I don't know what year it was, Mr. Swain, that you all had those 36 applications. You remember what year it was?
I don't remember the initial year that this came up, but what I would recommend at this point is that if you have other residents, employees, constituents who are interested, that they simply apply. The application is online. It's been on there for, initially it had a window every year that is open and closed. Since the interest came up a couple years ago, we've left it open. We've not closed it. We just haven't received any applications. So if you have anybody who's interested, I would implore you to have them to please apply with us.
So where can we find that application?
It's online. It's on our website. It's on the main page. There's a drop down for public arts, then the Public Arts Commission application is there. It's been there for quite some time now.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin Rogers, for bringing this up, because I've been confused, I think. I didn't realize, I'm a little confused still. So people can apply, but then it was incumbent upon council to appoint. So how does the application versus appointment process work?
The application is just to make sure that these were people who had an interest in the arts and had some know-how with the arts. But we just received the application. Appointments come from mayor and council, and each one of you has the responsibility to appoint one person. That's why it's a 9-body commission.
Okay. All right,
8 council persons and the mayor.
Okay, so you would present us with a pool, and then somehow we would pick 9 individually. Okay. I don't, and I know I've spoken to you about this in the past briefly and so on, so if it's a mea culpa, then put it on me, but I didn't realize that anyone was waiting for us to do anything. So whatever we need to do to re-energize this.
So what happened was, initially when we set out to create the Public Arts Division, when we sat down with the vendor that created the master plan, they looked at some of the other boards and commissions in the city, and they saw that a lot of them were just, there weren't a lot of prerequisites required of people to be a member of these boards and commissions in terms of know-how or whatever. Like, For instance, like with some of the commissions in the city now, if I weren't an employee, I could probably be a part of those boards or commissions, and I really don't know anything about those things. So what they set out to do is to make sure that for the arts, we had people who were really vested in the arts, had an interest or some expertise and know something about it, so we could grow this East Point, artistically in a positive way. But I can say this too, as a person who sits on other boards and commissions across the Metro Atlanta, it's a lot of responsibility to be on boards. Initially, it looks good. It's a great resume builder. It looks good, on your resume, but it's really a lot of work. Like even for me now, people still keep asking me, but I don't have any more bandwidth for boards. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time to sit down and work through budgets and bylaws and all that stuff. So it's just one of those things.
So would this work that at some point you would come back to us with a collective number of applications and we would do it at that time, or would you want it piecemeal if we know of someone who might be interested?
If you know someone, have them to send an application in. I'll give you as many applications, qualified applications I receive, and you guys can pick 9 people and appoint them, and we move forward.
Okay.
It's that easy.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Who determines qualifications? Who determines if an applicant is qualified?
We look at them, and staff looks at those.
And I haven't looked at the ordinance in quite some time, so I can't remember
I understand.
if,
Right there, the qualifications.
right, but I can't remember if it says who makes. Does it say that does the ordinance, and I'm sorry,
It doesn't.
say that there's an application requirement and that staff makes the recommendation, or just has the qualifications and council appoints?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Does the ordinance include an application process?
Yeah, it does, Mayor, right here. Applicant shall be received by the city manager to verify that they meet the criteria.
Okay, there it is. So, and I think when we had the discussion about it previously, I know whether or not I like a painting or not, but I'm not artistic at all, right? And so to help council in making the decision or appointing people to this board, there's the criteria, but also the screening. And staff did make recommendations or bring forth some names previously, but appointments weren't made. And so, given, you said it was 2023?
I'm not exactly sure, but I think it's about right. But I do remember we had about 35, 36 qualified applicants at the time.
So, it may be just sharing that list, or you all having somebody apply, and then you all can pick from that, so that, I think we were trying to do it all together. And Councilmember Freely mentioned, one person just point. I think it may be helpful to just share it and let council members decide from that, or if they know people who meet the criteria, have them submit the application and be included in a qualified list, so that appointments can happen like other appointments happen. In January, generally that's when the boards and commissions are appointed, and if a council member has gone through the qualified people and is ready to make an appointment, that could go ahead and be made versus, and I get the idea of us all doing it together, but that didn't get us there. And so maybe the sharing, so that, and I don't know if there's a way to share, I'm saying Google Drive, maybe it's OneDrive, like a folder where council can have a link and kind of just see the applicants, and if people get added, they could go in and see updated applicants, whatever, to be able to make those decisions.
Okay.
Anything else, Councilmember Mark Rogers? Your light's still on. The last thing that I think deals with Parks and Recreation. I can't remember if it was November, October, but Mr. Bobby Wilson from Metro Atlanta Urban Farm came and presented to council. He spoke in public comments, then we amended the agenda to add him so that he can share with us and present the people planning initiative. I think he wanted to have like 250,000 people planning We talked about it and indicated there was consensus that there could be a conversation with the city manager and maybe Parks and Rec around and even considering our local food ecosystem commission as someone or an entity to be a part of those conversations to support that initiative of 250,000 people planning. I did not go back and look at the minutes. I'm not sure how detailed they would be on that discussion, but there was discussion about that and actually bringing it forward to, I can't remember if it was the November or December work session to follow up around that. But Bobby Wilson of Metro Atlanta Urban Farm came and presented that. So Mr. Jones, was there any follow-up or communication with Mr. Wilson after that? And I have, just in case there was any involvement in Parks and Recreation, I think this is the last item that would involve them.
Yes, there was. I don't believe Parks and Recreation is involved in it. It was actually our housing manager, and I think there's a meeting scheduled as a part of our urban agriculture work that was happening in economic development. But I'll allow Frank Whitefield to come in and kind of update us on what has happened with that item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So to the city manager's point, this work has been really managed a lot through economic development, and as I was chipping in, I was tasked with helping coordinate a meeting that we have scheduled for next Monday, I believe at 1:30, and we'll have a virtual option as well as in person here at City Hall, and we're inviting the currently appointed local food ecosystem commission members as well as Mr. Wilson to that meeting. So kind of to the point that was just made in the previous presentation around appointing these members, that's another body that needs more appointments. But next Monday, we're scheduled to meet with Mr. Wilson as well as those appointed commission members. Thank you. Any questions?
On the 15th?
Yes, next Monday.
Okay.
Yeah.
All I had on that one. Thank you. All right. That takes us through. Oh, Mr. Whitfield, I think we're not number 20, Mr. Jones. I think that involves Mr. Whitfield.
Yes. Mr. Whitfield, please walk us through this item.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. My colleagues Alyssa Wilkins and Victor Cephas is going to do a short presentation for you. The ask for tonight is to get a resolution for us to apply for a CHIP grant to do home repairs. So I'll pull the presentation up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Victor Cephas, the Grant Coordinator for City of East Point. We will be applying for the CHIP grant. The CHIP grant is a community home investment program. It's federally funded by the HUD. It's administered by the DCA. The purpose of the program is to design safe and decent affordable housing in Georgia. The grant funds are open to city, county governments, public housing authorities, and nonprofits. The options within the grant is, you got two options. You can rehabilitate owner-occupied homes, or you can build new homes, new construction. The grant amounts for each option will be $500,000 for the owner-occupied homes, and the new construction goes up to $1.5 million. The expectations from East Point for the grant is for us to apply on time, which will be the end of January next month. The application fee is $1,000. We'll be awarded or notified whether we're awarded in September of '26. The duration of the project is 3 years. There is a 1-year extension if we need it. As previously stated, the grant amount will be $500,000. There is not a mandatory match. I'm sorry, there is a mandatory match, but there's not a minimum that you have to do. So the types of contributions can include cash, forbearance of fees, waived taxes, reduced taxes, donated land, donated materials, donated services, sweat equity, direct cost of certain supportive and home buyer counseling. There are federal and state compliances that we'll have to abide by while we operate the grant, and there is no going concern. Once the 3 years is up, there is no obligation from the city to continue the program.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alyssa Wilkins. So as Victor mentioned, we have applied for this grant before, and we have gotten some feedback, and I'm going to talk to you guys about strategy for this upcoming cycle that we're applying for. So one of the things that we needed was sufficient visual representation of the no-cost minor home repair work, and as well as current housing structures and statuses in East Point. And so we have curated a very detailed narrative with photos throughout the community that show what the housing structures look like in East Point and the level of need. And so we've also developed partnerships with local organizations for community development, and then we've been tracking all of our metrics over the past year so that we can make sure that we include that in our application. We also want to make sure that we have a very well-scoring application, and so we've worked very closely with the Georgia Department of Community Affairs. We've engaged them very early on and have a meeting scheduled next week so that they can give us some additional feedback and we can make sure that we have the best application. And so our ask from council tonight is to pass a resolution for authorization to apply for the 2026 CHIP grant, including the certification of assurances. Do you guys have any questions I can answer for you?
No, thank you all so much for the presentation. Are you all planning to apply before the end of the year? I know the application is not due to January 31st.
That's a great question. No.
Yeah, and so it would be one thing if the application was due before December 31st. But I think this may be an item that probably should go on the January work session. So if this is, you're asking for a resolution to be adopted, right? I mean, and it could carry over, but if there's no timing issue, we can approve it tonight anyway. It would have to go on the agenda, but the question is whether it's December 15th or you all place it on in the January cycle. So Mr. Jones,
I kind of think that's probably a desire of council on how fast you want to move forward. I mean, I don't think staff has a preference unless there's any logistics that we need to.
So, and through you, Mayor, to the rest of the council as well. I think because there is some like financial logistics we got to work out as well, that the actual date we press send on the application probably won't be before December 31st. But again, I think it's a decision of council if you're comfortable approving it, knowing that we're not going to hit send until into January.
I'm okay either way. We just want to articulate that out loud as the 3 meetings in January would be January 5th, January 12th, and January 19th, which gives you a work session date plus. But there's some other lights on this point. Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. So going back to the city's obligations for this grant. So it's a matching grant. So, and the grant is $500,000. Do we, Mr. City Manager, do we have this in the budget somewhere already, or? So, can I answer that? So, the city's obligations, we're looking at matching fees through the no-cost minor home repair program that we have right now. Planning and Community Development waives the permitting fees, and so if we were to apply for this grant and continue that process, then we would continue to waive those fees. And then we would also use our work as a part of our matching, as well as $250,000 that we have in our budget in the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment. Okay, thank you so much.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I'm still not really tracking. So with this matching portion, you were saying that we could use other things. I know you just mentioned fees. If you can go back to that slide. Then you said there was no minimum. There was no minimum amount?
Correct. There is a requirement to match, but there is no minimum contribution. These are just the types of ways you can construct a match. So the cash, the forbearance of fees, and the sweat equity is the way that East Point will construct their match.
And how would you, I guess the question is, how would you put a value on something like sweat equity and stuff like that?
It would be from the market rate for the position that's doing the work times the hours would give you a rate or a number.
And I do have it pulled up on the slide here. So this is the breakdown that we're looking at right now, which would be approximately $282,000, $447.50.
Okay. That was my biggest question. How do you put a monetary value on some of this stuff? But thank you.
On the sort of timing issue, it sounds like you don't have a concern. So like waiting longer doesn't keep you from moving forward in terms of planning and preparation and so on, correct?
It would only keep us from actually submitting. So we could prepare, but if it doesn't get approved, we can't submit.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And who in the office did your presentation?
Who in the office?
Did the slide deck?
I did most of the slide deck.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Question, what were you going to do with this money that you're going to put towards the grant? The management and coordination, the $250,000. What was that money used for?
Say that again, the $250,000, what was that used for?
What was it used for?
So far, we have not used the $250,000 for anything. It's allocated towards no-cost minor home repairs for the city of East Point.
So the money is already allocated for the home repairs?
Yes, it's allocated towards housing.
So let me ask you this, because we do have a senior home repair. So where are we with that, if you're going to take this money?
I can provide you on an update.
And how many homes have you repaired?
So in phase 1 of the no-cost minor home repair program, this was funded through ARPA, and we received $350,000. In this phase, we completed 15 homes with the average cost of the repair being $22,358. We had a little over $14,000 in administrative costs, and we fully expended the $350,000. And then under that, we have a breakdown of the homes on this list by wards. You can see the most homes were located in Ward A, followed by Ward C, then Ward B, and Ward D. And so most of the repairs in phase 1 were bathroom repairs, and then after that, the highest repairs were roofs.
So, because I know it was quite a few people on the list. So overall, you did 20, so it says number of people on the wait list is 23.
So that was on the phase 1 wait list. We did move 5 clients to the phase 2 wait list, and then 3 clients in this initial group did not meet program guidelines.
So what's the total have you already done?
The total that we have completed is 15, and then we still have 27 on our wait list.
Yeah, so what is the holdup on the wait list? Because I knew it was quite a few people on the list when it started.
So we have completed 15 homes since about April of 2025. So that process has gone pretty quickly, and we've used the $350,000 in phase 1, and then we just started phase 2 in October, so we're currently in progress on 12 homes doing
Okay.
repairs.
So, but you have $250,000. So are you gonna put that on hold or set that aside or use that for this right here?
That's a great question. So with the CHIP grant, if we were awarded, we would be looking to use the money for some of the more costly repairs. And so right now, most of the homes are averaging about $22,000, but we do have some homeowners who their repairs are about $40,000. And so that money would go towards those larger repairs, and then the $250 would go more towards the lower repairs that we have on the wait list now.
Okay, so once you apply for the CHIP grant, and the city has applied for that before, and I think it was when Janicia then was here. So will you stop repairing the homes until you see if you get the grant? What happens?
Just a point of clarification. So what the DCA wants to just see that we're contributing to this sort of work. So that 250,000, we're not going to stop working. We're going to show that the city has contributed 250,000, and please give us another 500,000 so we can expand that work.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. Okay. Because I know you said you was gonna use the money, you already have 250,000, you was gonna use that money to match the grant. So then my question is, if you're gonna take that money and match the grant, that's only if you're approved, right?
Yes.
But they'll continue to do the work, I thought, so that's why I wanted to get clarity to make sure they wasn't gonna stop doing the work, that they're gonna continue to do it even though you're
Yes,
still
that's
going through the
correct.
grant process.
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Thank you.
Is this a one-to-one grant match? So if we put up 250,000, is it
No.
50/50, is it 80/20, what is it?
No, there's no minimum. So-
I understand there's no minimum. How do they determine the match amount? Right, so if we put up 250,
Right.
a dollar for dollar match would be we get 250,000.
Well,
I think that they just want to see some contribution, and that's why Victor was trying to allude to that earlier, is that it doesn't have a dollar amount, which is kind of strange, because in most grants, they say you want 20%, they just say contribute. So I was just reviewing the scoring criteria again to see if we got additional points for it. I didn't see that, but I'm sure they're going to factor that in and how much we're contributing to the program.
So, where does, you mentioned 250,000 in the budget in Office of Equity, Inclusion, Empowerment, but earlier they said it was 350,000 in the budget. Are we
Yeah,
talking
so
about
the-
two different departments
Yeah,
within the
two
office?
different. So Yolanda and Shannon's work got 350,000 to do the emergency response homeless intervention, and we had got allocated 250,000 to do home repair.
Got you, okay. So basically that's 900,000. No, 600,000. My math is off. It was way off. That's just 1+1. Okay, any rate. So does council want this to go on the December 15th agenda to approve the resolution, or where do you all want this to go?
Thank you.
You already reviewed the resolution?
So we'll, now that we know this, we'll send the draft resolution. It's very similar to what it was last year, just changing a couple dates, so.
So you want this on the consent agenda? Okay. Consent agenda, thank you.
Thank you. Great job.
We have someone here. Ms. Echeverria, you still got an item? Okay, Finance has an item to update on the audit timeline, and then I think the rest are either council or city attorney. Oh, that's the one you all are waiting on. Oh, they just moved. Go ahead. You're on item number 10, Councilman Martin Rogers.
Yes, I placed this item on the agenda, and I think that it will probably be helpful to everyone. if we have a timeline of this audit report, because we cannot move forward with what we cannot move forward with the rec center. I know that we've had talks about downtown, the auditorium. We've had lots and lots of conversations, but what I would like is an update on when this timeline will be done in order for us to really have a set goal as to how we are going to get our financing, how we're going to get our financing done for these projects that we just continue to talk about. But we need timelines, and we also need deliverables to just kind of know. So, Mr. City Manager, I know that I would like to know what is our timeline so that we know the next step. Like we had the gentleman a couple of months ago come before us and say, well, this is what needs to be done, but it just seems like, I don't want to say we're kicking the can, but we need things. We need to start at point A so that we could get to point B, so that we could get to C, D, E, and then a final completion. So I would like just accurate information, because we cannot get anything done unless we know when we're going to have these timelines. I'm sorry, when we're going to have these audit reports complete.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dr. Martin Rogers. I do have an update for you. So we are finalizing the trial balance at this moment. We're working with BSNA as we are having some difficulties with the capitalizations portion of that. And so while we work through that trial balance, the timeline to complete that trial balance is at the end of December. And then once we give that all of the information over to Molden and Jenkins, they'll begin working on the audit. So right now, we've got an estimated time for the draft to be done at the end of February. And then we don't have a real draft, a real final audit period, because until they get working on the audit, we won't know what the findings are, if they need us to make any corrections to any of the requests that they have. So they don't really provide a timeline as far as that, but based on working with Joseph, who's our chief accountant, whom's working on the trial balance, that's his estimated time. So based on his experience and the experience of working with the auditors, they still need to come in and they need to interview employees. They need to make sure that we're following PO procedures. And so there's a lot of interviewing process. So we're estimating that to be around 2 to 3 weeks. And then once they get past that, then it's usually a pretty good, they usually can give us the information that we need for our draft. But right now, the draft I'm estimating it to be done at the end of February. And I want to give you the best information. I don't want to just provide dates. I'm looking to give the most accurate information to you so that you know what the expectations are.
And I should keep that in mind. That's our timeline to give the information to the auditors who aren't providing a timeline at this time because they don't know the in-depths of whatever issues they might see or encounter. So I think there had been some earlier estimations that the audit would go much faster because we had got caught up on the 2024 audit. But Molden and Jenkins has basically made it known that they're kind of starting from ground zero and going through their own methodology and their own process. And so it's almost like we're, have to start brand new, which is also probably a testament to their thoroughness. So that's what we anticipate.
All right, so this is what I want to say, is that that's going to put us behind with the 2025 audit. And then it's going to cost us more money. I know I understand what you're saying about their own methodology, but they're going to continue to bill us. So it's going to be an additional incurred cost because of how, I guess, they want to do it. So, I'm interested to hearing from council as far as, I don't want to say we expedite this process, Mr. Jones, but end of February, It's a long time, so, I mean, do you all sit down with them? Do you tell them what our needs are? Because they're going to bill us.
We do sit down with them, and we can convey that we do need it expedited. So that's definitely something I can bring to their attention. Again, I can just go over that with them and see what we can do on our side to ensure that that goes on a quicker matter. But I think the biggest thing is them coming into the office and doing the interviews with the staff. I think with the holidays, that only prolongs it. And so when we have a meeting with them, and I'll check with the chief accountant when that next meeting is, so that we can kind of convey that message to them.
Is there any way that you all, Mr. Jones, you and staff could build out what is that called? A timeline, our own timeline for us, for them to follow? Because aren't they being paid for a service? I'm just curious. And how does this work in conjunction with what we need by when we need it? And then I'll yield.
I think our ability to expedite, using your language, is providing them with the information that they're asking for as quickly as possible. So I think unlike what we experienced with Tab and Tab, Tab and Tab was willing to take piecemeal and they gave us a list of information, but they were willing to start on the portions of information that we were readily able to give relatively quickly. Mullen & Jackson's process is a little different. They want everything they ask for before they start. And so the timeline where we think we can give them everything that they ask for so they can start, that's the February date.
It's the December, he's saying he'll get December 31st, he'll get everything to them.
Oh, the draft, yes. Thank you. So the draft, and then again, that's the process where they could be finding all kinds of things. That's when a lot of that communication goes back and forth. And sometimes that can go really quick. Hopefully, if the Tab and Tab audit, if we address those things, a lot of the refinements have already happened, things like the inventory, things like the assets management, those kind of things could smooth things over that obviously we didn't have done when the Tab and Tab audit was being done. So that's certainly added to the complexity of getting the work done. We can only estimate on that. Got a whole new auditing firm. They're going to be looking at things differently. But I do want to, just clarify the 25-26 budget, audit wouldn't even start until the fiscal year starts or the fiscal year ends in June of 31st. So.
Or 25.
So the 24-25 is the last piece to getting us ready for financing some of the capital projects. So that is where we're trying to get done. Once we get that done, we can be poising ourselves to look at the bond market and do all the things we need to do to get those projects. They won't be holding up those finances for 25-26 is what my point is. So we'll literally be current, even though it's not complete. They'll be able to start, and hopefully, since they're going through the groundwork of establishing the recognition of our systems and the things that they're asking for, those subsequent years will go faster. That's the hope. But I just want to know, obviously, we're very anxious about bonding and looking at those finance options, while audits are definitely traditionally really connected to those decisions. There may be some other options that we can still explore that we plan on it. And hopefully we'll have some chance to run through some of those with the Finance Committee, Budget and Finance Committee. We've got a couple things that we wanted to bring to them before we got into a deeper conversation with the entire council.
Member Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. And can you restate what you just mentioned about the Budget and Finance Committee meeting?
Yes, so there's a couple of things that Finance and City Manager's Office would like to discuss that can open the door to exploring some things with financing that we haven't been able to do because we've missed a couple of meetings due to lack of quorum.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And what would you say would be like the bottleneck on us trying to complete these audits?
Well, I think, obviously we were 2 years behind, so 2 years behind is concerning. 1 year behind is I understand from hearing from a lot of my colleagues is that it's, I won't say average, but it's a little bit more norm. 2 years, you start raising eyebrows, and I know that I think it was Moody's, one of the bonding agencies, decided that they wouldn't extend bonding ratings for us because we were 2 years behind. Obviously, we had been 1 year behind, and that was, although they were concerned, they were still willing to do it, but 2 years behind was a bit too far for them, and so they fell off. But we still have Standard & Poor's, if I'm remembering my bonding agencies correctly, that has decided that they would continue on with us and have extended and waiting for these final pieces to be addressed. So 2 years is very concerning. 1 year, we need to get better, but we're moving in the right direction. And I think if I'm comfortable with what I'm hearing about Mullen Injections, and they have a process that they have to go through, I think we should, give them time and grace to do that. But I think on our end, we just got to make sure we can get them that data as soon as we possibly can. And I think Finance understands that and is working diligently to get that done.
Okay, and so I think my question is more around staffing levels. Do you need more staffing, or even on the temporary basis? It's okay.
Well, we certainly have constantly weighing the cost and benefits of bringing on consultants to help speed that up. Obviously, there's always a retool time. So bringing on consultants doesn't mean automatically that helps you with your situation, because then you got to pull people who are working on an audit to get trained, the consultants trained up to then help you. So there is a little bit of a balancing act that when we pull the trigger to bring somebody on board, is it get us the benefit that we're looking for. So, but I'm always open if it makes sense that it's going to push the needle. Absolutely, we'll do that, especially if it's a temporary basis. But we're constantly keeping that option open and constantly looking at how fast we're moving on those things.
Okay, and I would just like to say that being on the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, we haven't been able to meet since September due to no quorum, and knowing the situation that we're in, I just want to respect staff's time as much as possible, because when we don't have a quorum, staff is waiting on us to show up. And so, if the other members of the Budget and Finance meeting are not able or willing to meet, I think that we need to respect staff's time and cancel that meeting for December. I really want a quorum. I really want us to meet, since we haven't met since September. But again, I feel like we need to respect staff's time as much as possible, and doing anything that we can to help the process would be beneficial to everybody. And whatever you need from us, from council, whether it's more staff, an expedited, money for an expedited timeline, whatever it is, I would just encourage y'all to bring that to us so that we can consider it, because we're all really eager to get these audits completed.
And I just want to say that staff is working really hard to get this trial balance completed so that we can move forward. We know how important it is, and we are working really hard. They are working really hard to get that finished.
So when you say 2024, you're referring to July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. We're referring to fiscal year 2024?
24, correct. Yes, ma'am.
Correct. And so fiscal year 25 was June 30th, 2024 to July 1st. No, July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
And that audit is due typically at the end of the year, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So while we're talking about 2024, there's the plan that has been shared, the timeline that's been shared, means we're going to be behind on 2025 because that fiscal year is already concluded. And this has been quite some time. So at my recent GMA board meeting, they actually talked about audits in cities across the state. And I think over 100 cities were 2 years or more behind on their audits. I think it was probably like 50 or less that were 1 year behind, and then there was a larger number for over the 2 years. And so GMA is also working with the state, I forgot which agency, I was trying to find my notes, around how to support cities to make sure that we catch up. Malden and Malden, you know, are they doing our fiscal year 2025 that's already ended? Are they doing the fiscal year 2025 audit for July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
How many years did we grant them for the audits in their contract? I can't remember. I remember approving them, but I don't know how many years.
The term is on that.
Wasn't it 3 years?
I can't be for certain.
I believe it's 3 years, but we can
Yeah,
check.
so what I don't hear is a plan to get us caught up. Like, this plan will keep us behind at least a year.
So as
if
soon as
move
they
forward.
get finished, it is in the plan for them to start, well, as soon as we get finished on our side, the staff, we'll start prepping for the new year so that when that time comes in December, it'll be closer to then when we were like right now, right? So we're moving in, not being able to get them the trial balance to complete all that information until February. And so we want to be closer to
I
that.
thought you just said completing the trial balance in December.
I'm sorry, completing the trial balance in December and getting the draft in February.
Right.
But because, like, Joseph has been working that, right? He's been working the trial balance, and it's pretty much, he's been working nonstop on it. And because he was behind for a couple of years, it has been consistent. And so I think that coming closer to the new year for the 25 audit, he'll be closer to that because most of our information is more accurate.
We're already about to be behind on the 25 audit. It's due
I
December.
understand. Yes,
It's due
ma'am.
December of this year, which is when you're going to get the trial balances for 2024.
Right.
And the draft audit for 2024 will be in February, which means the final audit will probably be a couple months later. And the audit for 2026 that fiscal year is going to end June 30th, 2026. And then we're going to be 2025 and 2026. So still 2 years behind. So this idea of, Malden and Jenkins, like, we have our methodology and we're waiting and da-da-da. I get it, but there's also a desire to catch up, to be timely. And again, I'm not sure what the support looks like from GMA or, what will be happening, but that was a agenda item conversation at our recent board meeting, and they shared the stats for the entire state. So, like, it would be helpful, I think, to know what's the plan to get current?
Okay.
What's the plan to be on time? Because by then, next year, it sounds like 2026 is going to be due in December, right? So, like, just having the conversation with them, if they're doing the next 3 years, so they're doing 2024, 25, and 26, all three of those are in their purview. What is the plan to become more timely with the audits?
Okay. I can definitely address that with them, Mayor.
And again, I think your point's taken. There's economies of scale that plays a big role in helping us get out of the hole. It's almost as if, as an analogy of doing reconciliations, but having to go back and find numbers from 10 years ago, as opposed to going back now only a year ago or 2 years ago. The tab and tab audit took as long as it did because we were using assets numbers from over 10 years ago. We no longer have that challenge. So moving forward, the new auditors don't have to do as much research and in-depth examinations that the previous auditor had to, because the information and data was so old. So there's some economies of scale that come with the estimates on getting out of the hole. But we're certainly open to any resources. Thank you for the information. I certainly had gotten very similar information on how other cities in Georgia are experiencing many of the same challenges. So we're certainly open and willing and ready to partner with any agency helping cities get out of the hole.
This deals with domestic partnerships. It says from planning and zoning and the city attorney's office. I think they, oh, there they are. I was about to say they left. Number 8, Mr. Jones for the planning and zoning and city, it says, and city attorney's office.
I
I'm
didn't
not
even
who's
see
leading.
them myself.
Sure who's leading. I keep saying planning and community development. Maybe I'm saying the wrong information because they're still sitting.
Gotcha. Yep. Looks like Director Smith and City Attorney has been working on this item, so I'll let Director Smith walk us through.
I didn't have any additional items to add in reference to this. The part that has to do with the Planning and Community Development Department is that the administrator and that the application intake person is actually named as our business license coordinator. So that's the only portion of this ordinance that has to do with the Planning and Community Development Department. We have worked with the legal department in reference to this, and so any technical questions, I would have to defer to legal.
I will just add, Mayor and Council, that I did send you out the updated version after we work sessioned this item, and so you should have received it probably about a month or so ago.
So, is council ready for this to go on the December 15th agenda? Is this time sensitive?
It's not. Okay. And the fact that we are up against some deadline, but we do, and we have had an applicant, a citizen, come in and ask for what this ordinance covers. They wanted a domestic partnership form affidavit to be issued by Director Smith's department, and that's when the issue was uncovered. To the extent we may have another applicant come, then I would say we need to get in front of it because there was a constitutional issue with respect to how it was written, how it's written currently.
So if we do it on the 15th, we could start, well, I guess we could end the year and start the year off with something in place.
And certainly if there are any other amendments or concerns about the draft, please let me know and I can update it for the 15th. But I think after talking with you guys about it, receiving some feedback, looking at other cities to determine how they address the issue, I believe that the ordinance that you have is in final format.
So, where does this council This will have to go on the agenda. It's the ordinance. Mr. Jones, you have something? Your light's on.
No, I think maybe you're getting the city attorney's light and the city manager's light. I don't know why that's reading that way.
There, maybe I could check it out. I'm just reading what's on the screen and it keeps saying. Okay. 15th agenda?
Yes.
Okay, agenda for item number 8. I think that's the last. No, it's not it. City attorney, you also have discussion and possible action on new reports and proof of claims form. Item number 17.
I didn't see where what my office sent made it to the book because it would be an ordinance change. I think you need the draft. So I apologize about that I didn't follow up to make sure that it was received. But I'll just tell you really quickly what this is. We have a process in our ordinance that lists what is required for any claimant. So for instance, you're riding down the street, you hit a pothole on a city right-of-way, your tire's busted or your hubcap comes off. Our ordinance says that you're supposed to submit a form with all of this information we request. That is not reflective of what we actually do. And so we found that it would be necessary to update the ordinance to reflect the form that we truly do use. The information in the ordinance is unnecessary. Like we ask for copies of doctor bills, we ask for, the title to your car. It's just a lot of stuff that we don't need to evaluate for the purposes of determining a claim. If it gets to the level of personal injury, we treat it as something different anyway. These are for those claims that can be processed, usually property damage is usually where you'll find this. So I will resend the updated ordinance so it can be included in you guys' books because obviously it would need to be an agenda item.
Are you asking that to go on the December 15th agenda?
I am.
Any objection to this item going to December 15th agenda? The city attorney is going to send us the ordinance. Okay. Next is 18 and 19. Did we resolve this? No. The Greenwood, I'm assuming this, Mr. Jackson. Is that Mr. Jackson? Excuse me? Yeah, I'm going reverse. I went back the other direction because the city attorney was on this item, was on the previous item we were discussing. 18 and 19, at the last hearing, I know there was not hearing, at a council meeting, there was a lot of discussion about the city manager's ability to recommend, but I feel like there was action. Was there action taken?
Yes, that's my understanding, or at least on 19. And just as an update,
oh, that's right, it was up to a certain amount.
Yeah, it was, $15,000, and we have, we did do a CCTV, we did get estimate, it was at $9,000, and I have approved that to move forward. I'm still waiting on timelines on when they'll be able to get started, but outside of that, it's in the process. So I'm not 100% sure about 19.
Councilmember Shropshire, you had waiving Rule 26. I feel like this came from a previous agenda.
It did.
Because we discussed it at the last one. Okay, so these items are good and done.
No, but I do have a question.
Councilmember Shropshire.
What was the decision in reference to Greenwood Circle? Is it to repair? Because that was the conversation.
Up to 15,000.
But it was either to repair or just
I know what you're
detach
saying.
it from the property.
It was to repair.
So you're going to repair it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, wait, one more question. So that means that the neighbor next to it won't have any problems either, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I do have the footage for the whole pipe if anybody's interested in that kind of thing, but yes.
Yeah, I won't know what I'm looking at. Item number 12, Councilmember Butler.
So several years ago, the council gave the city manager a directive to solve a problem. We had Mr. King, who was 95 years old, who had been paying his utility bill on time for 40, 50 years. And because of his age, instead of paying $124, he paid $12.40, and his utility bill was turned off. So that time, the council asked the city manager, who said that he would make an arrangement so if you have above a certain age, that your utility will not be cut off, that someone would contact you, and at the same time, the city manager, Mr. Gardner, said that if you have a stellar payment history too, your payment will not automatically be turned off. We couldn't find that ordinance or resolution, and so what I'm doing is bringing that back, and I would like for us to have a, Madam City Attorney, is it an ordinance or a resolution that we have to have in order to say, or do we just give the city manager a directive saying, if you have above a certain age, then your utilities are not automatically turned off, and or if you have such a stellar payment history, which the city management would define, then you're not automatically turned off.
So my first response is, obviously that would be a policy decision by this council that is going to, I don't mean this in a negative connotation, but discriminate against those that are of a certain age versus those who don't meet the threshold for which you speak of. I think that an ordinance or resolution such as this is going to leave a lot of discretion in the hands of the staff that would have to make a determination whether or not a customer fits the stellar payment history as you mentioned. Because we have an ordinance already that talks about cutoffs, I think that it would need to be an ordinance, if this is something the council wanted to do, it would need to be an ordinance to qualify these two groups of people, the stellar payment history people and the seasoned older people.
Well, let me ask you this question, because we already we're not discriminating against a group of people if we already give discounts to seniors. So that's already something we already do.
You're right, but that was something you guys decided to do. I would, if I were the city attorney at the time that was written, I would have said the same thing. But it's already there, so if you want to continue that, that's certainly okay.
So if we voted on this before, and the city manager said that, okay, he would take care of it, and he didn't, do we have to vote on it again?
I think that you probably would need something to confirm that that is so, whether it's minutes looked up by the clerk's office to find, that resolution, that ordinance, that agreement by council, that was the policy that you guys wanted to set. I think you would need something, because how then do you task your new city manager to carry that out?
Well, what I would like for the city council to comment on, I just think if you're above the age of 70 or 75, that number is negotiable. You should not be automatically turned off. That in the original ordinance or the original agreement, we had said that you would be contacted by the power department.
Or something.
Yes, exactly. So if we could start with that, that's where I would like to start. To have a person 95 years old and his power been turned off and his water has never been turned off before, I think we need to protect that class of people.
Madam Mayor. Councilmember Butler, do you recall, like, in what year this discussion took place, or that we can search minutes or something? Or?
Well, the only thing I remember, Fred Gardner was the city manager at that point, and so that's been several years.
Right.
That's been, I don't know, maybe 4 years or so.
Okay. Just thinking it would be useful to have that
Or, I agree, if we had that, that would be much easier, but if we want to start over, I'm open to it right now. Something where we set the age, I'm saying 75, and that you should not automatically be turned off, that you should be contacted by staff in order to, before your utility is turned off.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. This is Madam City Attorney.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure something like this, would this have to be in ordinance form?
That would be my recommendation, because we already have an ordinance that addresses cutoffs, and this would seem to amend that some. I think that you would need to put it in your ordinance.
So if something like this was written, it would still be in our muni code, or?
It should be, yeah. If it were an ordinance when that action was taken, per Councilman Butler, then it would be in Muni Code.
Have you been able to find anything like that?
This is the first I'm hearing of it. No, I haven't.
So I think if we can start there, we can actually find proof of this. I think that would be first steps with this one. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you, and I would like to just piggyback on something. I know that, Madam City Attorney, you and I had a discussion because I had a question in regards to the utility discount, but you also made mention of age discrimination. Can you weigh in on that? If a city decides to do something like this, how lightly do we have to tread?
So let me give you an example. Some people give homestead exemptions for persons that are over a certain age, right? But homestead exemptions go on the ballot because the whole city gets to vote on whether or not to treat persons over a certain age in a way that's different for everybody else, right? That's not the case here. So you see those happen all the time. Disabled veterans, that's usually the big ones that kind of takes out from the larger group of the population and segregates a group of people. That's not the case here. And so that's why I say that, you know, it's treating a group of people differently without having the benefit of it be on the ballot, like a homestead exemption would.
So I just did a search of the council minutes online. This was discussed, this is on the December 13, 2021 work session agenda. I don't see that it moved forward to, this isn't minutes, that it moved forward or any minutes from that meeting or that discussion about it. When I did the search, this is the only thing that came up other than tonight's agenda item, which is December, what's today? 8th, 2025. So it was on the work session agenda as Senior Legacy Legislation Part 1, Senior Utility Bill. There was an action item printout for it. It just says Councilman Butler would like to have a discussion on the Senior Legacy Legislation Part 1, Senior Utility Bill. It doesn't mention a citizen's name. I don't think we would put an ordinance in a resident's name that would kind of call out a specific benefit, but that's the only thing I'm seeing here in our online records. And on the, I'm trying to pull the December 20th meeting, because I don't see minutes from the 13th. They generally don't have minutes. There's an agenda packet. And then on December the 20th, yeah, it didn't make it to that agenda. And again, with the same search, if it had gone somewhere else, it would have come up. So, to the point of starting anew, it would be something that council would need to consider anew. Again, I would caution, I thought this reference was to Mr. Darren King, the city manager, like as he had made a recommendation about the senior citizens utility bill ordinance, but Member Freely.
Madam City Attorney, I just want to go back to something that you said about the homestead exemption goes on the ballot. And that's, you know, the difference. So earlier tonight, we talked about the senior home repairs program and the senior utility assistance. Tell me how those are different.
So it's my understanding the senior home repair comes from money that is grant funded. It's not taxpayer dollars. I thought that I just heard Mr. Whitfield talk about the grant we're receiving from somewhere.
But there's a match.
My opinion doesn't change. So you understand that our U.S. Constitution talks about, and that's Article 7, talks about, or Title 7 rather, talks about using protected classes, right? So it's not everything. For instance, Mr. Mitchell, Councilman Mitchell asked about what's currently in our ordinance. Right now, we allow for hardships for medical and financial. Well, you don't have a protected right to be rich or to be healthy, right? You do have one when it comes to race, age, gender, sexuality, religion. I may be missing one or two. And so when you use those protected classes to either include or exclude from a group is when these type of conversations come up. So I don't think it's a difference if it's taxpayer dollars.
You don't think it's any different than a homestead exemption, which goes on a ballot?
Difference with, you just talked about the home repair program. I think it is a difference when it's a homestead exemption and you allow for the taxpayers of the city to vote whether or not they want to exclude a group of people.
So is it your opinion that if it's not all grant funding in perpetuity for senior home repairs, that should also be on a ballot?
I'm saying that the council would be making a policy decision to do something like this. So you always have I wish I had a board. You've got a circle of what's legal, a circle of what's moral, and then sometimes those circles intersect, if you will, right? And so most people of the general public are not going to challenge decisions, because it happens all the time, right? That you're helping a senior out, right? It's that side of the moral circle that tends to be normally accepted, I guess, in our society. But it doesn't change that it doesn't fall into the legal circle of Title VII of the Constitution.
Is that why the city manager may have added because it was his addendum, that if you have is that why then the city manager may have added the addendum, if you have a stellar credit or stellar payment history, could that be the reason why he added that to that?
Unfortunately, I can't speculate about what his thinking was at that time.
So, I mean, would that alleviate your concerns, though, that you say, okay, if you're above a certain age, or if you have constant payment history for 60 months?
The stellar credit doesn't give me the same concern as of anything involving the protected class.
Right.
Right, they do that with deposits a lot of time with
Right.
utilities, right? That if you have a great credit score or good history, then you may not have a deposit like someone that may have a sketchy credit history. Your financials is not a protected class.
So, depending on what the council would like to do, I would like to protect those seniors, and maybe the reason why we're adding that extra class in here so that everybody gets that opportunity. And we get to decide as a group how long of a constant payment history one should have.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. So I'm not in total disagreement with, I think they already have, I forget the actual name of the payment plan, but if you have a delinquent bill, you're not able to sign up for it. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager? Don't we have some type of stipulations like this kind of in place?
I would have to look into that. I think I recall seeing something along that line, but I can't speak to it with any amount of certainty without taking some time to look into it.
Yeah, I think it's something to that effect. Like your bill has to be in good standing, then you can be, get on. I forget the actual name of the payment plan, but just like this gentleman who missed one payment, but he's been, he hasn't. Maybe we can have like a forgiveness, for people with certain payment history or something to that effect. I think it would be a little less discriminatory.
As you were speaking, I think it was around some language around the payment plan. It's as if who is eligible for a payment plan. I think if you had a history that wasn't stellar or had missed payments or something along that line, that there were some provisions where you couldn't be eligible for a payment plan. But again, I would look into that and definitely look at how is it just regulated to payment plans or if it's wide-ranging on other things.
So maybe we can expand that policy into like shut-offs also. So if you do make a wrong payment or whatever, they might give you a grace period or something. I think since we already do have some type of policies like that in place, that may be a little bit more digestible for some of my colleagues. Thanks.
City Attorney, are you in from earlier?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, please know I make the distinction between counties and cities. Counties have different, counties are in charge of health, right? They operate departments of health. Cities have a different standard, if you will, in the powers that the Georgia Constitution gives us. I just wanted to make that distinction.
I don't see any other light. Councilman Butler, anything else before we move on?
I would like to have some input from council so that we can get an ordinance ready by next week.
Yeah, I don't think that's likely. There's no other lights on, which is what I said. Nobody else is commenting. And it doesn't sound like we're close to having an ordinance drafted, but
I'll make sure we have an ordinance ready by next week.
you don't have the authority to direct the city attorney to draft the ordinance.
I'm not directing the city attorney to do anything. I said I'll have an ordinance ready. She can review it like everybody else does.
I got one more meeting. Agenda, I don't know what it's going to be called, but it shouldn't be named after a specific resident because that calls out or suggests an individual benefit. But we'll move on. You all
Let me
can,
a- let me
you all
ask
can
a
figure
que-
that out,
let me ask you a
Madam City
question.
Clerk.
Do you know what the agenda item was called in 21?
Your agenda item in 2021 was called Seniors Legacy Legislation Part 1, Senior Utility Bill. That would not be the title of an ordinance, but that was what it was called. You can get it online. Is item number 4 and 5 on credit card policy. Who wants to open the discussion? It's credit card policy and travel policy, and then council credit card payments, reimbursements, and reporting. These two items are traveling together. Councilmember Atkins had initially put item number 5 on a previous agenda, and we decided they would travel together. When I asked earlier, did council want to discuss the credit card policy tonight, I was informed, yes. I remember who said that. We are now at those two items, and those, if I am not mistaken, Madam Deputy City Clerk, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think those are our last two items. Councilmember
No.
Mitchell put 7 on the January work session, correct?
Number 7, I have work session
Yes,
for that.
January work session.
But I don't have anything checked by update on TAD, but I was,
Oh, we removed that one because we had it at the special call meeting.
okay.
Anyone, Councilman?
Yes, Mr. City Manager, do we have an update from finance on any new policies that, have been worked on? I know that council has been asked to meet with finance to talk about the credit card policies and travel policies, and I was just looking to see if there's an update.
Yeah, I will allow the finance director to talk about the travel policy piece of it with the credit card piece of it, which I was working directly on. Basically, I left the council with a recommendation from the city manager's office. There still seemed to be some discord over the public piece of a credit card policy, what that looked like. And the recommendation from the city manager's office was that the public piece over that public review be some type of publication publicly allowing council members to question and ask for further detailed inquiry as to any particular charge, that those charges would be approved and on practically a consent agenda unless there were items that were pulled by any council member that would require further explanation. That was an additional provision that was in the GMA model policy. So that was a recommendation from the city manager. And so that I don't think has went anywhere since then. But I know that on the travel end, that there's been some ongoing conversations with council that finance has had.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I have made some updates to our travel policy, added in. One of the concerns was an area for the elected officials, council members provision, so I did add that in. I'm going to scroll down to that. So I added into area 5, and there's some. So I wanted to point this out specifically, again, for the council members, providing an area of travel authorization and approval the out-of-state, and then the expense and accountability. And this just is more, it's directly geared towards council. The gifts and travels and training. So this is one of the things I was looking at for gifts of travel, the acceptance of any travel, meals, and lodging or registration fees for non-city source must be disclosed and filed according to the city's code of ethics and applicable state laws. And then lodging as well. We wanted to address meals. There was one area that I did not put in this, it just recently happened. It was pertaining to dinner. And so what I saw was a reception was being added to the conference. And so it was happening at 7 o'clock at night. And so this is the area that I'd like some clarity from you all. Do we want to include the reception as part of the per diem? Or do we want to give per diem as being separate because the reception was at 7 p.m. and is the expectation that you all would be going to the reception at 7 p.m. when you've attended a conference all day? And so I really wanted some clarity from you all with regard to that. Okay. And then also another area that I wanted to get some clarity from you all is, I know previously we spoke about adding the Georgia per diem rates in there. That's the state of Georgia. And then we also have the general Services Administration. And so I wanted clarity on that as well, because the Georgia per diem rate, it is something that's it hasn't been updated since 2022, where you have the GSA it's updated all the time. And so I just wanted to create that consistency for the organization. Let's see. Also, I included the out-of-state travel by privately owned vehicles. And one other document that I added in there it's for when you're going to hotels in the state of Georgia, and it gives you that exempt form so that form is readily available to everyone as well. Those are the major changes that I added to this document. And again, here's the travel expense form. And I tried to link this into it so that it would be easily accessible to everyone. So if anyone has any questions, I definitely would like everyone's input on that.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you. Have we looked at yet or decided on a software where we can submit everything?
So that actually addresses kind of the same thing for Councilman Atkins. So we previously spoke about the Concur program or software. However, we have been discussing with Regions Bank and their P-card program, and if we decide to move over to that, it's an easy transition from the current card, and they offer a free program to us as opposed to us paying for Concur. And from what we understand, it's a lot of the same things are available that Concur offers. So they give us their free software that you all can upload your own receipts. You'll be able to access your own platform to see what your availability is. And so that was going to be something that we discussed on our budget and finance meeting also, I think.
Okay, and I was under the impression that we were going to move away from Regions and find a different bank entirely. So has that been, where are we on those conversations?
So we actually got some good information from Regions Bank. Their new card, so right now what you all are on is like a small business credit card, which is not recommended for this organization. Regions did offer, it's a commercial/P card program, and it's much more in depth. It offers a lot of the things that we didn't even realize that it offered for you all, as far as simple as the software, right? And it really does, the P card program allows us to limit certain things, or let's use alcohol, where you can limit alcohol, or you can limit certain purchases of items. And so that was kind of really the program that we're looking for, a P card program. And
my mic turned off, and I think yours did too.
You all can release the mics afterward. Councilmember Singh, Councilmember Trevor, Councilmember Martin,
So just that coupled, it's going to be one of the options that we provide. And so that kind of just touched on what Councilman Atkins had on here for the payment. So I just wanted to mention that. So, but obviously we can still look at other options as far as a credit card if that's what the council deems.
Okay, and I mean, this whole process has to work for everybody, right? And so it's my understanding that currently the credit cards have to be paid in person and not online.
So that's what I've experienced also. And with the new credit card, that will not be the case. It'll be one payment that's made via an ACH.
Okay. It would just be one payment and not the payment of each card individually?
That's accurate.
Okay.
So I did notice that everyone was having to go make an individual check payment card, right? Check payment to the bank, which is not ideal. We want to make it more efficient for everyone, and so that we just make one payment and then we reconcile on the back end.
Okay.
Hey, can I just jump in real quick?
Yeah.
So I think, and we've been learning ourselves, I think we've been under the impression that this has kind of been a regions problem, but it's been more so of an account problem. So the account that we set up was almost as like a personal account that some kind of way got set up years ago that limited our ability. And for whatever reason, administrations have decided not to change, thinking to protect certain privileges or anything, but what they really have been doing was holding us away. It's sticking to an obsolete account, one that was never really set up for an organization our size, even at that time, and also keeping us away from a number of other benefits, which we wanted to walk through. Some of them will be rather surprising, other benefits that we wanted to walk through with the Finance Committee to fully understand some of the recommendations that we're talking about right now.
Okay, I'm hopeful we can meet in December then. I think the other issues with regions was that the information that they were able to give us when it comes to like our audits and stuff was not compatible. Have we figured that piece out?
We absolutely have, and we've had a joint meeting with Plant Moran and Regions, and they're on board and working together right now.
Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, as far as if you can scroll up to the other items that you had there that you needed. Oh, and okay.
Which section?
I think you were talking about the meals that you needed
Okay.
an opinion on or something. I'm fine with, if there's a meal that is with the conference, you want to get a per diem for it, I would just be concerned that's a lot of trying to figure out before you go. That's kind of a lot of effort. I don't know, when there's 9 people going to a conference, let's say. But I mean, I'll be fine if that's what the recommendation is. So were there any other pieces that you needed our input on?
Yes, ma'am. So again, some clarity on do we want to use the Georgia or do we want to use the state? I mean, the General Services Administration. So you have the Georgia State per diem, which I can actually click on it. Oh. Okay. I think it's because it might be on a thumb drive, but the Georgia State is significantly less than the GSA, and so for consistency, I just wanted to see what you all would like for me to put in there. Right now, we do go by the Georgia State.
I think the Georgia State one would be fine.
Anybody else?
And were there any other things?
Let's see. I think that was the major thing, and then the 1,000 for the dinner. I just wanted some clarity on making sure that we offered per diem or not offered per diem when there's a reception in place. That's actually not on the document because it was something that just recently occurred, and I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention.
Okay, thank you so much for your work on this.
Absolutely.
And I just had a clarification. So the Georgia State, I know that the League of Cities is in DC, and that's a typical, does that have an impact on the Georgia State per diem? Will that account for DC hotels as opposed to Savannah hotels?
Yeah, correct. No, it doesn't, because it's just strictly for Georgia.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for this, but I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Does these changes, how does they affect the employees who travel? They're under the same guidelines?
Yes, ma'am.
So the same thing is in place?
So I would move a lot of this over to them that's missing, just because, like, for example, the per diem that we just spoke about, I would just make sure that that's included for the employees on their side too. But I just wanted to make sure we had clarity for council.
So you already have a policy in place for travel for employees, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So what's the policy?
Well, when they travel, they have to use the per diem for the state. If they're traveling in the state of Georgia, or say we're going to Savannah, we're going to use the state accounting method, and so we use the per diem for their food. And then if they're same thing with the hotel. Okay.
So let me ask you this.
Okay.
And I'm glad you brought that up. So let's say if an employee went to Houston, Texas.
Okay.
They should have went by the per diem when they used their credit card, correct?
Well, they're not going to have a credit card. We're only going to use the credit card to pay for their hotel.
Oh.
And then most employees do not have credit cards, just mainly leadership.
So there was an employee who went to Houston, who used his credit card, went over the per diem, way over the per diem, purchased alcohol, city paid it. I don't know if the city recouped their funds, but it happened. But you say we have a policy in place.
Yes, ma'am. So there should be no credit card. If there's a per diem that's given, so if someone comes and they say they're traveling to Houston or to Texas, wherever that they're traveling.
So then you give them a per diem check.
Yes,
is what
ma'am.
they're supposed to get.
Yes, ma'am.
This didn't happen in that case.
Okay.
So what does the city do in cases like that?
We definitely, I would obviously talk to the city manager about it and see what the next step is as far as recouping our funds. But if it's alcohol, we would probably.
That's a state violation.
Yes, ma'am.
A serious violation.
So I would definitely go look at that again and double check to
Oh, I
pull.
can tell you when it was. Just check through July to October to November. All of it's there.
Okay, July to October.
All of it is there.
Bless you.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you. And I do have some of my notes, but not all of them. But as it relates to the travel policy, and that must be what you're presenting tonight is updated because the one that I have, it isn't numbered. But I think we can follow along on the same pages.
Okay.
But pages, if you go to page 6 of 12, city manager, it says responsibilities and compliance. City manager shall approve travel documents for the mayor, their staff, city council members, department directors, the city attorney, city clerk, unpaid persons, temporary emergency appointments, and all foreign travel. That's what it says in the document that I have.
So because the last time I presented that, it was stated that that was not something that was wanted by the council, that only
Okay, so
mayors
that's
and
off the
council, yes, ma'am, only council can determine where council, approval of council, right? So we did not, we took the city manager off approving you all.
Okay, because that was my question tonight, so this must be, if I could have the current travel policy, that would
Absolutely.
work?
Sure.
Because I was gonna say, like, foreign travel should come before council.
Yes, that was the exact same thing that council said that night.
Yeah, and then as it goes to transportation, page 8 of 12, it says, "The mode of travel shall be the most economical means available. When multiple employees are traveling together, you must carpool or ride share." Has that been taken out or removed?
It
Am
does-
I on an old document?
It is the old document, and I think, I want to say I did remove that also because oftentimes you might leave from home, and who's going to, for everyone to meet up in one central spot. I actually just had that happen just recently. We had 3 employees travel separately.
So if I could just have the new document
Absolutely.
printed out, I'll come by and pick it up, because I wanted to say, like, carpool and ride share. And then on the next page, 9 of 12, it talked about the class of cars. You must reserve a compact rental car.
Let's see.
Those are normally the first cars that go.
12.
They are.
I think I may have changed the verbs, but 12. You did say page 12, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's on page 9 of 12. I think the document that I'm writing.
It is, I did update
It
it.
is? Oh, okay,
Yeah,
because I
it's-
just saw something that those are the first cars that go.
So I put on there authorized for mid-size or smaller.
Okay, well, if
Yeah.
I could just see the new travel policy.
Absolutely, sure.
that
I can
would
print it
work.
for you.
And I just prefer a printed copy, just so that I can go through. But, okay, thank you so much for your presentation.
Absolutely.
So this is all.
Thank you so much for your presentation. If we could go back to the section, I don't have it in front of me, where I guess it was the $1,500 per trip or $5,000 annually. I had a couple of questions. I just wanted to read this one more time. So, if this applies to staff, will they have to come before us if they wanted to travel?
So this is the only part that applies to council, and it was just something that was kind of generic, and this, I can get your information on it.
Okay.
Yeah, your thoughts.
Got you. And for the $1,500, so does that include airplane, travel, hotel, and does that include
It would
the
be
per diem also?
not the per diem. There's your travel, your hotel, and your airfare.
So, 'cause I know we have a limited amount for travel and training, so I wonder, is it necessary to put?
And so this is where the budgeting comes in place. It's so important to get with like city council, I'll say that for you, so that I know like what you're looking at as far as planning for trips the next year, what everyone's looking at, so that we can make sure that, we have the correct amount and that we don't go over that threshold that you all set for yourselves.
Thank you. So the 5,000 annually, is that, what is the definition behind that? Is it per year? I know we probably have more in our budget for that per year.
So, again, that kind of goes back to like what the threshold is for your travel, and so I can change this to meet that threshold for your travel per year. This was, again, is just something I wanted to bring in and address and set some boundaries as far as what the expectation is for each of you.
Okay, that's understandable. I know we haven't met. I know you're going to bring it to Budget and Finance. Sorry for the delay. And then I think you were also asking about reception. What was it?
So what I can give you an example of what occurred. There was a conference, and then there was a reception at 7:30 or 8, and there was going to be food provided. And so the question came above, do we give you per diem for dinner since there's a reception? Do we expect for you to have to go to reception to eat? And after spending the day in a conference, is that something that any of y'all would want to do? And
How
so
much is usually, I don't have the figures in front of me, like
The-
per diem for lunch, how much is that?
Of course, it's going to be based on the location of where you're at, but we'll just use Georgia, for example. Well, that's not fair because Georgia's got a different rate. I would say $35 is normal for dinner.
Okay. And then earlier, we were talking about which rate to use. I know, I'm assuming there's an in-state rate we get and an out-of-state rate for our per diems. Is that the same, or are you making everything, I know you said you wanted to unify, it's my understanding that there are two rates.
There are two rates because you have to go to two different websites. You got to go to the state of Georgia for Georgia's per diem, and then you can use the General Services Administration for all of the other states. And so the question was, did we want to make that uniformed and just go to GSA to get all of the per diems, or do we want to use the state of Georgia for per diem?
Yeah, I'll just say, I think they have it like that because the cost of living is different in different places. So I would vote that we keep it the same.
Okay.
Just for those reasons.
And so that, this part of up here, I would just put just to reiterate, I would keep it the same right here. It says SAO, state travel. And then I would remove this for the state.
I mean, that's just my suggestion, but I just think they kind of have it like that for a reason, to be honest.
Okay.
And then with the meals, so say if use Georgia, for example, $35, and you might have a one night, so it might be like you might not like what they have at the reception, or, you might want to attend the reception, but
Yeah.
you might not feel satisfied. I don't think that's going to break the bank.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that everybody would vote on or go with getting a per diem for that night, even if there's a reception.
I mean, that's my opinion. Like I said, I'm not sure how everyone else feels. But sometimes you might not like the food and you're still hungry. And I don't think, that's going to kill us too much. Okay, no, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work.
Of course.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I know, and I think Councilmember Mitchell may have answered it. I know we were talking about with the meals, for receptions, with the per diem. Normally, it's tied into an event when they do when you do those different receptions. It's something more or less like an event. So I don't even think that should just be on there at all. And you just do breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Okay.
And we just keep it. I don't know if that's the will of council. I think that would just, and because, like I said, normally, I know when you sign up for classes at GMA, for NLC, and if there's a reception that you want to attend, there's a fee that's associated with it, and you kind of sign up just like if you were signing up for classes.
Mm-hmm.
So would you all be cool with that? How does that work, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I would recommend that receptions not be included. They could go from cheese and crackers to heavy hors d'oeuvres, that they're generally never a meal. And the labor it would take for staff to figure out what was eaten, what was served.
Okay, great.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Sound effects. So what's the next step for this? We talked about travel, but we didn't talk about credit card policy. Is that one already done? This was just travel policy discussion.
It seems like we're a little bit at the crossroads on the credit card policy. The travel policy sounds like it has more consensus.
Oh, and I can't remember when we talked about this. Councilmember Ziegler, you asked something about us changing banks. Well, that's part of this discussion from Regions Bank.
I asked about it.
During this discussion?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to piggyback on that. Are you still in?
I did have another question. Sorry. So if we're keeping with Regions Bank, I know that we've talked in the past, maybe not with Mr. Jones, but with previous city managers about doing something like OpenGov or some other kind of transparency software. Would keeping with Regions allow us to, have that kind of software that kind of opens up our transactions and stuff to the public.
So OpenGov is more like a budgeting software. I think maybe ClearGov, or not ClearGov, what's,
OpenGov is a dashboard that allows people, the community to see information.
yeah, we actually use that in Savannah, so we put in the budget and then built it into the website. But I think that you might be referring to, it's another Gov. It actually was a software that I think was being spoke about being used, and I don't know that it was ever implemented. But you're looking for more of, from the credit card standpoint, are you not?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of the credit card piece to it. I know that the community really itches to know what we're spending and things like that, or where we're traveling. But then also like bigger picture thinking. I know that there's software that kind of just makes everything transparent.
So Concur is it really is a good software to use when you're looking and dealing with the credit cards. I think for us, the city manager and I were just kind of looking at it from the standpoint of making sure that we made sure that we presented you all with the best option with regard to credit cards, and then we would move into that direction. Looking at it from the P-card standpoint, I've learned that some, like Chase, they have a P-card system, and they also have a billing software attached to it. So that's what I'm finding. Instead of just getting Concur, which is something that you have to purchase, we might be able to implement the software that the bank uses, depending on what bank we end up deciding to stay with or go with.
And we do have a meeting coming up with the rep that handles the P-card statements. They're going to kind of walk us through, so we'll get a feel of what that feels like, and if it is truly an alternative to Concur, because we kind of expressed that, and Regions was like, oh yeah, our system does that. It's just you got to get out of the account that you were in and get into an actual commercial account or a P-card account. So we're going to be able to assess that, to know exactly how transparent, how easy and feel it will be to actually reconcile and all that kind of thing. We'll have a better handle on that after we have that meeting.
I think one of the other big things is too, we wanted to make it versatile for you all so that you can have like access on your own phone. You can look at your statement, you can see what's due, you can see the availability. I know right now that's kind of an obstacle for everyone in making sure that they have availability, especially when you're traveling.
Thank you. And last thing I don't think we've talked about yet about the travel policy is that sometimes like in organizations, where for us, there's 9 of us, if all of us were to be on a plane together, heaven forbid something were to happen, we may need to put some limits on the number of people flying in the same, that may have been me. We may need to put some limits in the travel policy about the number of people who can travel together in the event of an accident.
Okay. Do you have an idea of what that number looks like? Would it be 1, 2, 3 traveling?
Maybe 4? I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard of that from other places. I'm not sure how they come up with the number, but I actually had a colleague on one of my trips kind of mentioned that they have a similar policy. I can't remember which city, but that I have heard that before. Anyone else? I'll make these final comments about Regions Bank.
Okay.
I find it troubling that we've had we have over $100 million in that bank, I'm sure,
Yes.
right? Millions of dollars.
Yes.
And if we didn't have the appropriate account, that Regions Bank in all of these years hasn't recommended anything. Regions Bank failed to cooperate with the forensic auditor after repeated attempts to get information, to the point that the forensic auditor in her draft report, because I understand maybe it's not final, but recommended that we change banks. And after the recommendation of changing banks, Regions Bank was able to find the information that the auditor had asked for on several occasions. I find that quite troubling. I find it monopolistic. I find they're acting as if there's no competition and they're just guaranteed the account. All of these amazing findings of what they offer is definitely not something we should have had to discover on our own or ask them about with the considerable amount of money that we have in that bank. It is absolutely concerning. It's also disrespectful to have a business relationship that long and to be in this position. And so I would recommend to council that council consider, as the forensic auditor recommended, another bank. If nothing else more than to just look at other options, look at what's out there. This monopolistic attitude, and again, like literally, we had several meetings about the forensic audit and the credit cards, and the auditor put in a report and said they requested the information and they could never get it. And also, I think they were, Regions Bank may have even been non-responsive. So now they respond because there was a recommendation that we leave them, and now they have all of these great ideas. It's very troubling.
Understood.
Especially considering the amount of money the city has in that bank. And so this kumbaya and everything is fine, it's not going to help. And I don't even know that it's warranted, given the history of the challenges. Like, these aren't new things. And, you know, yeah, on one hand, you say, well, staff, previous, city manager, everybody could have come up with solutions. They're our bankers. They have our money. They know their products. With an account our size, they should be trying to think about what products they have that meet our needs, or that may better meet our needs, or could help serve our needs. It could spur innovation around how they do what they do, given the amount of money in that bank. And so this, now everything is great with Regions Bank, I mean, I wouldn't subscribe to that, but again, it's just a recommendation. Decision isn't going to be made before December 31st, but I am extremely concerned about the lack of financial advising, the lack of customer service, the lack of responsiveness for a public government agency that has to deal with open records and all this information. It's very concerning, so I would just recommend you all consider.
Thank you for that. I'll definitely talk to the city manager about that.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Sorry, I was just thinking, so can we use this to negotiate like a higher interest rate or something? It's like, hey, we gonna...
We need to get something. I mean, this is ridiculous.
So we've actually been through that, so.
I'm sorry. We have a little leverage, do we? I was just sitting there thinking. Sorry.
All fair thoughts. All fair thoughts. I just think we should probably work through the Budget Finance Committee.
The recommendation will still have to come back to council, but again, this kumbaya with Regions Bank is troubling. The forensic audit went on for over a year or more. There were repeated requests. We have no information about credit card usage or any of that because allegedly they didn't have the information or they were non-responsive. And now, the sky's opened up and the information is falling down. That's the problem. All right. I hope this is thank you so much, Ms. Cartwright. I hope this is where do you all want this to go? Do you want it on the January work session? Will you all have, I know there was recommendations shared tonight or feedback shared tonight with staff to be able to finalize. Do you all want this to come back to the January work session, February work session? Where do you want these items to go? Yeah, they probably should separate it and just do travel policy, because the forensic auditor and the city manager and Regions Bank is still working on credit card, and that might impact, I think that's impacting the movement on that part of it. So, to Councilmember Commons' point, and you could separate them and maybe put travel policy in January, credit policy in February. So hopefully there's an update. And credit card payments, reimbursements, and reporting. Yeah, we just put it on the January work session, and Councilmember Atkins can decide what he wants in the trailer, where it goes from there. So, Madam Deputy City Clerk, place the city credit card policy on the February work session and the travel policy on the January work session. All right? I really hope this is a rhetorical question. I almost don't even want to ask it. But do we have any executive session items from legal?
How many?
Mr. Jones,
I have none.
you got the memo. Council? No? All right, can we get a motion to recess into executive session for 2 litigation and 2 personnel? Councilmember Mitchell said so moved. I think Councilmember, a what? Ask? It said it's 2 personnel and 2 litigation. Say what? Oh, there was a motion on the floor. Councilmember Ziegler, did you actually second, or you didn't say anything? Okay, there is a friendly amendment to ask that 2 additional personnel items get added, so it's either a friendly amendment or a substitute motion. Y'all take your pick. Okay, does the second still stand? So we have a motion, I'm trying to look at my notes, I don't think I have anything, to recess into executive session for 2 litigation and 4 personnel. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those, come on, I need 5, y'all. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries, we're in recess. Motion to reconvene. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to approve executive session meeting minutes. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn. It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Good night.